Well, good morning, afternoon. Sorry, guys. Good afternoon. No, I did not plan to be on today. Not at all. But I'm here. Why? Because we've got some awesome information for you. It is. Hold on. I just saw something called breaking news. Come on, let me have it. Uh-oh. Let me see what the breaking news is. Okay. Don't know. It disappeared. Well, we have some breaking news. We have Sarah Boone's inmate behavioral notes from 2018 to present. Now, we have a person who I will not name because I've not had permission to do so, who has abilities to getting documents. And they do it for other creators. I'm not the only one, but I think I'm the first one reporting on this one. But I had asked that person, can we get the entire history? And we have entire history.
Can we call them the Truth Fairy?
We have the Truth Fairy. We have.
If
Now,
they don't mind, so if that person is listening and they don't mind, can we call you the Truth Fairy because you bring the goodies and you bring the truth? And so, sorry, we like nicknames here. We like really affectionate nicknames.
Go to private chat so you know who I'm talking about. But unless I have explicit permission to share that, I won't. They may not want that information out there. But
Thank you.
I am looking at. Now, I will be honest. I am nursing another headache. Oh, where did you go? Oh, okay.
I can come back. Sorry. I was just wanting to say Truth Fairy because I thought of it and it was like, oh, those are nice. I was just super tickled by the thought of the Truth Fairy. Sorry.
Do you like these?
Yes,
do you like these better than the ones I had on?
No, the other ones you had on, they're both just different styles, so it would depend, I think, on your outfit. Those are more glam, and the other ones are more like if you had like a
beachy fun.
Yeah, or like a Latin vibe, or like that more kind of look, more beachy look kind of thing. So if you had any sort of clothing with that sort of style, I think those other glasses would look really good with that, although the glam glasses would look really good with that as well.
I don't know if this is going into a migraine. We have allergies and stuff popping in the hill country here. And for those who don't know, the Texas Hill Country is the #1 place in the world that they test all allergy meds. And it's popping here. And I mean, my head is just swimming, and it can trigger a migraine.
I'm sorry. That sucks. I will try not to speak loudly and be excitable.
I'm deaf.
I know, but sometimes I can still be like, bleh.
Hi, Trial TV Live.
TV.
Hey.
Hi, Erin. How's it going? We love you. Thanks for coming by.
Yes. And you may, I don't know if I'm asking too much, but you may want to share this live. Because we have the entire history, inmate behavior notes on Sarah Boone from 2018 to present. It's 75 pages.
Be alone.
So, I will not be reading every time she refuses her breakfast or returns her razor complete. So we will be skimming for the juicy parts. And I will I don't know if it would behoove me to put it up there. I think I'd rather us just do what we're doing now, honestly, than to put it up there for everybody to see.
Sounds good.
It's up to y'all. What are your thoughts on that?
You know what? I know that some people do like to read along.
Okay, so we'll do that.
However, that's just what I've heard from other people.
Okay.
So, yeah.
We can still do this because what we'll do is this. Voila. And there they are.
Fantastic.
But
Wonderful.
why can't I have it full screened? Why is it not showing it full screened?
I'm
Maybe
not
if I do
sure.
this, see if I do that, if I
Mhm.
try to do this, I'm trying to make it bigger for you guys.
Is that bigger? That's a tiny bit bigger, isn't it?
Well, what I'm going to
Like
do,
the field
there
is a
we
tiny
go.
bit bigger there.
That's as big as I can make it, guys. Okay, that's the best I can do. It's a hangover from the jelly beans, Ada. Oh my gosh, I have a jelly bean hangover. Here's my
You know what?
hangover cup.
Legitimately, I have had that happen before. So, Haley Mouse, I think that is truth.
This may be, well, I know it's allergies, but I could be suffering from a sugar hangover.
Yeah, we were doing Truth or Dare last night and playing Bean Boozled, except for we were being bad and Ada was taking one for the team, and she unfortunately had to take a really gross
Multiple.
Yeah. But one that you took was for me, and it was a gross one, and I feel really awful, and I'm very sorry, Ada. So
Yeah,
it is actually like my fault, and so I do
No,
have
it's
to.
not. Place. No, it's all good. But
we did have fun last night. It was good. We had Braxton stop in. We had
I know.
ADHD Jelly Bean stop in. It was a great time. And Haley Mouse, you were there for a bit. It was great.
Yeah, it was awesome. It was awesome.
Yeah.
But we're all good. But
Britt,
I may have
we
to.
will catch you another time. But you know what? You were there with us in spirit. So thank you very much for coming right now to hang out with us, because we do have some juicy information.
I don't know which is better. That
one?
Okay. All right, guys. Here we go. Are y'all ready? Are you ready for the Sarah Boone?
Y'all ready for this? Sorry.
Yeah, I wish I could play that, but it's copyrighted, so
we can't. Yeah, sorry.
All right, guys. Here we go. So on 7/25/18, victim is in custody at the OCCD custody booking. Jonathan Williams. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. That was who reported. I was like, huh? Okay. Due to time restraints, unable to complete the PREA interview today, will attempt later. Then she was back in custody on February 25th of 2020. A face-to-face interview was conducted with the inmate. I got him big in this because I got to get the rest of the... Okay, that's as big as I can go, guys. The inmate was advised. Oh, I forgot. I got to get the voice changers too. Remember?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Just in case. What y'all don't know is that if Sarah Boone is in quotes, or anyway, the inmate was advised of... Wait a minute. Girlfriend, do we have a problem?
Uh-oh, do we have the wrong notes?
This is everybody's notes.
Ruh-roh.
Uh-oh, that's okay. Well, so we're going to skim through. Oh, all right. So these are not... Oh, these are... Oh, cool. You
Is
know
this
what these are?
everyone's notes? Are we gonna
Everyone's
figure out
notes.
who Bunk 40 is? Can we
Yes.
figure out who Bunk 40 is? Okay. So,
Yeah.
ladies and
Well,
gentlemen, Sarah Boone has had in her previous notes that she has been beefing with Bunk 40. And that has been a continual problem. And we were wondering who's crazy enough to be the nemesis of Sarah
we're
Boone
going
in
to find
jail.
out. Oh my gosh.
And
This
we
is
are
even.
apparently gonna hopefully find out, because I've been wondering who is Bunk 40, because Bunk 40 is apparently where it's at.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
we've
But look
been
at this. So this is their daily, okay, for all the inmates that have issues, right?
dang you. Yep.
So look, a face-to-face interview with inmate. Inmate was advised of his custody level, given ID card and all that, right? But I'm going to have to skim because Sarah Boone
Does it
is
allow you to search
right
by
here. Inmate Boone was approved for PC status with a follow-up of 30-day review per Major Martin. Memo has been signed, scanned into IMS, and has been updated. So that is March 6th of 20.
I think it'll
So
let you search up at the top with the magnifying glass if you put in Boone to the right. It may let you search if it has that ability if you put in Boone, and then it may just like pop you down to each instance. We may
no,
also, darn. Okay, sorry, I was just checking in case it did have that.
I know, right? But it didn't work. But that's okay because we can
Yeah,
get some more
sorry, I just
skinny.
wanted to check. Okay,
Well, but
great.
this will be good because if Boone had interactions and somebody else got in trouble because of it, we would know. So I'm
Yes.
scanning for Boone material. Oh, we need to while I'm scanning, you look for bunk 40, the number 40.
Yes. Yeah.
Boone was approved for
Hi,
custody.
Ronnie.
Okay. Because see, inmate Boone is under Blanco Jessica Blanco notation. Uh, okay. Inmate was 30 minutes with Chaplain Daniel.
Inmate Boone under Burnham LaShonda. Negative officer contact.
Inmate Boone Sarah was issued a property bag and was informed that her property was to be stored in the bag when not in use. On 4/8 of 2020, while conducting a cell inspection at 07:06 hours of the L dorm, several of inmate Boone's items from her property were located on the desk of her cell. I reiterated my instructions from 4/2 of 20 with inmate Boone, who became argumentative. Oh, really? Inmate Boone being
Sarah.
argumentative? Oh,
Tisk, tisk.
no. Inmate Boone was given the same instructions in reference to her property per cap CPL Daniels, Corporal Daniels, who was present at the time at approximately 11. I'm going to see if I need to embiggen this even. No, that's just what runs off. 0400 hours conducting the lunch and Eldroom. Inmate Boone's personal items were still located on the desk. I informed Boone that if she could not store her property in as instructed, it would be inventoried. Sorry, my head.
Inventory.
And inventory and placed in her inmate property. Negative earned. Congratulations. Negative.
Oh,
Number
LaShonda went up against Boone again. Down below, right next to it.
Okay.
LaShonda has some oomph. We like LaShonda. She's got gumption.
Okay, will you keep track of the numbers of negatives and positives for me?
Yeah.
That would be fun. And then on 4/8 of 20, while conducting a lunch trace, I observed inmate Boone had not started to eat. I informed Boone that all inmates are given 20 minutes to eat. Inmate Boone came argumentative again. That's argumentative number 2. How many argumentatives are we going to get? Maybe we should add it to the list. I almost. Oh,
I almost choked the other day while eating, stated Miss Boone.
I informed inmate Boone that was understandable, but she had not even started to eat. Inmate Boone continued to be argumentative and stated,
It's something different every day.
I informed inmate Boone that these are Orange County rules and that she may vary and they may vary and change at times, but she would be in compliance. Of course, Razor issued and rejected. Okay, these look like these are more all inmate Boones here. On or about, thank you, Jedi Jess. Yeah, did you hear we have a truth fairy? You
Yeah,
want to
we're
tell Jedi
calling.
Jess that
I got really excited when Ada was talking about like the person who is giving us documents, and I was like, can we call them the truth fairy? So Ada,
because I haven't
like,
been given the okay to share said information, and it might be best that kind of be kept on the down low. But Jedi Jess, thanks for being a member. You missed the live last night. You got to go back and watch it. Okay, let's keep going.
Hello, Lights Mom.
Oh, we really appreciate the truth fairy on this one.
Yes, we do.
On April 13th, the Boone was allotted 1 hour out of cell. She spent the majority of the time on the phone, then decided to take a shower. She went over her time limit by a short amount of time. Tonight, inmate Boone was on the phone, and I advised her that she had 30 minutes left. I again advised her when she had 20 minutes left. Once again, Boone decided to finish her phone call. She had about 5 minutes left. I still want, she had 5 minutes left and still wanted to shower. I explained to her that she had 5 minutes to shower and that she will not be going over time again tonight due to her using the majority of her time on the phone. Inmate Boone became argumentative, and it was again explained to her that she has 1 hour out of her cell time to shower, make phone calls, and utilize the day room. Due to her spending her remaining time arguing, inmate Boone did not shower. Inmate Boone is not receptive to counseling and acts as if Eldorm's schedule revolves around her schedule. Negative earn.
I like inmate Boone spent the rest of her time arguing. I was just like, well done, Carrie Keaton.
Oh,
I appreciate that turn of phrase.
Oh, Miss Boone, baby girl.
You have to appreciate the correctional officers on these ones. Like when they write things in their notes that I find like delightful, I'm just like, you have a very hard job. And right now I am getting enjoyment out of the way that you perform your job, which is a very difficult one. So like, thank you for excellence in your job. Like,
Y'all,
geez.
I have,
you know,
I have a little ottoman under my desk to put my feet up on. This girl is getting comfy. Please get, and I'm going to move this over here. Oh, I tell you, I'm loving having these 3 screens. God almighty, this is awesome. Okay. Now we on April 20th. Inmate Boone approved for relocation to general population. Oh, congratulations, beloved. You made it to population. Classified notified of housing change, CPC memos signed by Major Martin, scanned to the IMS system. Oh, talking in bunks during lockdown. Another negative officer contact. Razor issued, we're not worried about that. Unless it comes back not intact, then we have a problem. Once again, now we're in May. Inmate Boone has been told several occasions that she is the only to utilize one locker. On today, again, it was found that inmate Boone had 2 lockers. I don't understand how you do that. I don't, beloved.
Uh-oh.
So, let's see. I advised her next time that the locker that is not assigned to her is full, the items in it will be put in the garbage, as I am thinking that someone left them who was released. Then again, just 2 days later in May, okay, it's documented. On May 1st of 2020, a shakedown was conducted in the H dorm. While conducting the said shakedown, it was found that several inmates in the dorm were occupying 2 lockers to store their property. I explained to each inmate individually as to why it was important not to utilize 2 lockers, i.e., lockers with no inmates will be considered community property or left property from the prior inmate who was housed on the bunk will be thrown in the trash. Today, upon doing a visual of the dorm and observed inmate lockers I got to do this because it's getting long. Inmate lockers of a pair of orange shorts, Pepto-Bismol, and a pair of socks. Immediately, inmate Boone confronted me and stated to me that those items belonged to her. I asked her, how could that be? Because her and I just had the conversation about not having 2 lockers. Inmate Boone stated to me she was utilizing the lockers because she was getting ready to get in the shower. Showers were closed at this time. Inmate Boone, for some reason, believes that the dorm rules or any rules in that matter do not apply to her. Inmate Boone approaches the officer's desk and stated to the officer,
Officer, why is it that you are picking on me?
I stated to her, I don't pick on inmates, but I do expect the inmates to follow the dorm rules, and when they don't, it will be addressed. The inmate was not receptive. This is when she proceeded to ask for a inmate request grievance and to speak with the supervisor because she didn't like that I was saying to her because she's different, i.e., height, race, religion. I don't know because I did not elaborate. Miss Boom Boom, are we going to start crying when you don't get what you want? This is not the Hilton, my dear. This is an addendum to the last negative that inmate Boone received. The inmate stated to this officer, I don't like her because she's different. Isn't sure what she's meant about that statement. Oh, the first refusal of breakfast tray. Okay. Ooh, a big one. Who is our Mark? Mr. Douglas arrived at H dorm to see 2 inmates in the dorm. At the completion of the second inmate, inmate Boone approached the door and asked to speak to Mr. Douglas. I asked her what was her question, and she stated that she was missing some items at a commissary 2 weeks ago. I explained to her that Mr. Douglas was not there to see her. Inmate Boone became irate and stormed to her bunk. Boy, I got a visual. After Mr. Douglas left, I called inmate Boone to the officer's desk and asked her again what was her question. She explained to me that 2 weeks ago, Mr. Douglas brought the commissary to her and she had several missing items.
2 Snickers and a
Snickers.
bag of chips. 2
Yeah,
Snickers.
and that's a lot for them.
That is actually, I'd be pissed.
What?
I like Snickers. I'd be, and you know what? For a bag of chips and 2 Snickers, I'd be like, hey, I want my chips and Snickers.
Yeah. I called a dorm and summoned Mr. Douglas to return to H dorm, which he replied,
No.
I turned and asked for a short break from Officer Fulton met Mr. Douglas at the main hallway. I began to tell Mr. Douglas what was going on, and he explained to me he was not aware of any missing items from inmate Boone's commissary 2 weeks ago. I said, okay. He returned to H dorm and returned to H dorm. I again spoke with inmate Boone and stated to her that Mr. Douglas had told me that she said I let her speak to him the first time he would have remembered her face. Inmate Boone had signed Airmark orders in her possession, stating she received them all the items. Okay, let me explain how this kind of happens, you guys. They get a big net bag, right? Big net bag, and they have to go through and double check everything. If they do not put the grievance in at the time they do that and they sign off on it, too bad, so sad, you're screwed. It's just the way it is.
I can only imagine the type of heck that Sarah Boone was raising if she was missing 2 Snickers and a bag of chips.
I wonder who she was paying off with those, because if you don't return those to them, or if you're using that as payment, you toast. All inmates were given dorm rules and expectations for the shower area. Inmate, i.e. Boone, failed to follow the instruction, was therefore given a negative. We have yet another negative.
Negative.
I'm going to do a chime for negative. I wonder, or should I do the for negative?
Oh, whoa, that's a bit loud. I like the chimes a bit better. That's a bit easier on the ears.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I can do a fart for negative.
Or we can just be like, we can just let Sarah's actions speak for themselves, because
like
Sarah
the sound
is a
effects. It
beast
keeps me
within
awake.
herself.
Okay, then on the 21st of May, I received a negative.
Is that the one I just counted?
No, another one.
This is another one. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, consistently
Making
talking
sure.
in the bunk. Oh, you're good. Consistently talking in the bunk area and passing food around to all the other inmates around her. Oh, do you know what that means? She owed them something. Refused breakfast, razor. She did receive a negative contact by that officer, but there's no, see, negative right there.
But it's not a negative.
It is a negative, but there's no explanation.
Okay, so I still count that as a negative?
Yep.
Okay.
So you'll see the negative on the page.
Right.
Inmate continues to talk in the bunk area. Okay, ooh, this is a big write-up. All inmates were informed that the dorm's expectation. Inmate Boone consistently challenges this officer's directives.
I don't like this officer. She doesn't like me because I'm white. I'm a snob. I I think I'm in the Hilton and I'm a total bitch. So she doesn't like me. I don't know.
Inmate has been advised on several occasions that she is to have her ID on her person at all times when not in her bunk. Upon doing so at 8:45 hours visual inspection while arriving to bunk 44, which house okay, so inmate Boone is now in bunk
It's in
44.
Bunk 44.
Boone, her identification was visually posted on the bunk with no body. See, they have to have it clipped to them. They can't have them hanging from the bunk or next to them. It always has to be on them. Inmate Boone was downstairs in the day room with no ID. Inmate again was advised as to the importance of having her ID on her person. Inmate Boone
Stated, where is it in the handbook that you have to have your ID on your person? And where does it state that you get a negative for not doing so? I pulled my printed handbook from the desk and highlighted the information.
information regarding inmates' identification and called inmate Boone to the desk to read the information in part that's stated on page 17.
All inmates are required to wear ID cards at all times and display their ID cards upon the request of staff. Inmate, again, was not receptive.
Which is sad because she loves rules in books.
Yeah, I don't understand this. This is weird.
Weird.
On 6/15 of 2020, June 15th, while at the officer's station, inmate Boone was observed arguing with the dorm trustee, Ms. McConnell. I gave inmate Boone a verbal order to approach the officer's station. Inmate Boone was questioned as to the issue she was having with the dorm trustee. Inmate Boone stated she did not get to wash her whites. I informed Boone that I called several times at approximately 11:47 hours for laundry, and that I observed the trustee call all inmates on the recreation yard for laundry. Inmate Boone became very argumentative and stated,
I didn't hear the laundry call.
and that she does not know why I had McConnell washing whites. I informed inmate Boone that she didn't need to know and that she was afforded the opportunity to wash her whites. Negative earned. Okay, then again on 6/22nd, inmate Boone was receiving negative for constantly talking in the bunk area after being told several times there should be no talking while in the bunk area. Oh my gosh, 6/27. Boy, she's racking them up, isn't she? Sarah is such an instigator. Oh, but I'm Sarah. Oh, that's cute. Inmate was observed talking in the restroom area. Inmates were told during my dorm expectations and rules that there's to be no talking in the shower area, bunk area, or restroom area. Inmate was receiving a negative on 6/27 for talking in the bunk area. All inmates were advised, Inmate is aware that if her negative behavior continues, she will be given an informal discipline. Then again, on 7/8 of 2020, inmate is receiving a negative for being unauthorized bunk area. All inmates were advised of the dorm rules, and non-compliant results in a negative. Inmate is aware that if her negative continues, she'll be giving an informal discipline. Oh, pickle nits! I can't remember who that
I think
was,
it was
but you're
Jedi
welcome.
Jess. I think
I
Jedi
think it
Jess
was
had
Jedi Jess. Yep.
gifted 5 memberships, and Pickle Nuts, you were one of them. So thank you, Jedi Jess.
Thank you, Jedi Jess. Negative is being issued to inmate Boone for talking in the bunk area with another inmate during face-to-face ID head count. Negative earned on 720. She's refusing a lot of breakfast, but she does not have hairy legs. Negative is being issued on inmate Boone for talking in the bunk area. Girl, do you not know how to shut thy mouth? They need to have the golden rules of prison. Number 1, shut thy mouth. That was on 8/3. I sent inmate Boone's items to property per her request with movement. Okay. Negative earned on 8/10. Inmate Boone is receiving a negative for talking in the bunk area. We should be counting how many of those she gets. All
You
inmates
know
were
what?
advised
I've
of the
been
rules.
waiting for them to mention whoever is in bunk 40, but they haven't so far. And you have to expect bunk 40 should be
But
getting
this
into
is
trouble.
only in 2020. This could, that person
Oh,
may not
bunk
be
40
there yet.
might not be there. Right. You're right. Bunk 40 might not be there yet.
Oh, negative on 8/20. Boy, she's racking them. Approximately midnight after lockdown, inmate Boone and inmate Mitchell started a verbal argument from their individual bunks. Both inmates cursed each other back and forth. I advised them to be quiet. Neither inmate complied with my verbal command. Boone and Mitchell were sent to holding for informal discipline for 2 hours. Negative earn. First informal. And I would have given it to her a whole hell of a lot longer than that, long ago than that. Oh my gosh. Another informational, let's read it. Upon arrival from the holding spell, I spoke to Boone about her behavior, arguing during count. Inmate Boone seemed to be receptive while being spoken to, but the mention that she felt uncomfortable with inmate Mitchell. I asked her if there's anything inappropriate was done to her, which she stated,
No, nothing ever happened.
Inmate Boone mentioned that she just felt uncomfortable with the way the inmate Mitchell supposedly treated her. I asked inmate Boone if she was in fear of her life. Inmate stated,
No, I'm not in fear.
Then I asked inmate Boone if she wanted to be moved to another bunk area to avoid any verbal disagreements with inmate Mitchell. Inmate Boone declined to move at this point. Inmate Boone is refused all options that were given to her. This is for informational purposes only. Oh,
Well, we may have.
But just a few days later, on the 24th, inmate Boone is receiving a negative for talking in the day room while the nurse was in the dorm conducting medical pass. I gave several loud directives to the dorm that there would be no talking while the nurse was present. Inmate Boone was sent to her bunks at 21:54 hours for no more than 2 hours of informal discipline.
Formal discipline.
2 of those earned already. Oh, and this is interesting, I think. On 8/25, inmate Boone approached the officer station H dorm and asked if she could go to H dorm classroom and use the colored pencils. I told inmate Boone no and informed her that faith-based classroom and items related to the faith-based were for faith-based purposes only, not her personal use. Guess what she's going to ask for next? Faith-based. Positive. We've gotten one positive in 2 years. Her first positive. Congratulations. Inmate Boone was not scheduled to clean up the dorm. Inmate Boone volunteered to assist with cleaning where needed. Due to the inmates' hard work to help maintain cleanliness in the dorm, she is receiving this positive. Took her long enough.
Yeah, she pissed somebody off. Hard to tell if it
Wolfman's
was a guard
discarded
or
room given.
a
I know,
person.
right? Oh,
Oh, heck.
reassessment. Inmate jail booking location custody. Okay. Do you see and understand the PRE video? Yes.
Do you know how to report any issues?
Regarding your safety.
Yes?
Is there anything you wish to discuss with me regarding zero tolerance for sexual abuse or harassment? Do you or how are you adjusting to while in custody?
No issues?
No issues for being in custody. How many issues do we have now? Do you feel safe?
Yeah?
Additional comments?
None.
How in the hell does she feel safe? I mean, how in the hell does she said she's got no issues? Where are we at on the negative count versus the positive? Jeez.
I think we're at 15-1.
Yeah. Now it's 16.
Oh,
Inmate
okay.
receiving this negative for talking in her bunk area. Okay. Then on 10-4, inmate is receiving a negative for excessive talking in the bunk area.
Did they say who that was, though? They didn't say who that was.
Inmate Boone. This is
Oh,
all
is this-
inmate Boone now.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Sorry.
So what they probably did was the first couple of pages, because she was just barely there, they just
Mhm.
copied them. All right. But
Gotcha.
we have another positive. Inmate Boone volunteering to clean without her being asked. However, she got another negative. See, it's listed up there, and then it's right here. Inmate Boone was receiving a negative for refusing to follow verbal orders from staff. All inmates were advised of the dorm rules, and noncompliance would result in a negative. Inmate Boone, Sarah, received formal discipline. In the form of 2 hours in a holding cell. Any further violations may result in further disciplinary actions. Negative earned. And then, just what was that date? 3 days later,
Mhm.
another negative earned. Inmate Boone was advised showers only were open. Inmate Boone continued to question when would the rec yard be open. She was given a directive to return back to her bunk. Inmate Boone was counseled about her insolence towards staff. Then a few days later, on October 15th, Inmate Boone received a negative for not having her face mask on above her nose. The inmate was advised to do so. COVID. We're in the midst of COVID. Yeah, all those other names are CO names. Yeah, but there was some stuff in there that was about another inmate that was, well,
Inmate
maybe it was a
Mitchell.
she and they put a he. That could have been her, but they put a he. They had a he on it. We'll go back and look after we're done.
That would have to be a woman, though, because the
And
he
it had
they
a
were
different
talking
female
about
name in it.
was the director, whoever she was talking to about the commissary, and that was right around the same time. But the inmate they were talking about was named Mitchell
Mm-hmm.
and had a bunk around
44.
where Sarah had a bunk. So
All right.
that's something to look out for.
Okay, here we go. Here is the first entrance about her refusing meals and wine. Inmate Boone refused her regular tray and stated to me that she wanted a bag meal. No bag meals given. Please note the inmate was on a special diet stated to medical that she no longer wants to be on her special diet. Oh, okay. So that's the first change of dietary issues for noted, other than refusing breakfast tray. Information: inmate Boone approached the officer's desk this AM asking about a visit she was to have tonight at 1900 hours. I explained to her that I did not know that night shift checks and prints visitation assignments for the day. Inmate Boone continued to question me about her visit. Sorry, guys, I'm struggling with allergies. And asked me in a demanding tone to call visitation. I stated to her I would not. Inmate Boone visually refused. Okay. Verbally refused. Okay. Information. Inmate Boone refused regular trays, stated to me she wanted. Okay, we already done that. I'm sorry. Negative given. Inmate received a negative after being told to consistently there's no talking in bunk area. Boy, she's got a mouth on her. I'm sorry, if I'm in prison, I would not be pissing off the guards or other inmates. Okay, information. Inmate stated to me that she did not want the food tray that has her name on it, special diet, because she desires to have a bag meal. I explained to her that she has a special tray, for whatever reason, between her and whoever put the note in. I also explained to her that if she was having problems with her diet tray, she needs to get with medical and get it changed. Please note the inmate was also on another special diet and put in a request to medical to have it canceled.
Okay, so this
Who?
is her requesting the special dietary again?
She had a special dietary number letter A. Then
Yeah.
she put in for a
A
second
request.
dietary. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Second change in her dietary special request. This is now the third request for a change in her special diet and is requesting a bag, which is a sandwich and a fruit and a milk. Oh my God,
Okay, yeah.
positive officer contact. Oh my gosh. 11/14 of 20. Inmate is receiving a positive for volunteering for food, service, laundry exchange, doing extra cleanup, talking inactive by folding towels, read, volunteering for special detail. Inmates continuously have a positive attitude and takes pride in cleanliness in her surroundings. She's OCD'd, y'all. Inmate received a bag meal in lieu of her dinner tray due to allergies. Inmate received bread from regular tray.
I don't know the first time that she requested the change, but I just noted down that October 26th was the time that she discontinued the dietary bag dinners, and then November 9th was the time when she requested it again. Just
But
because, like,
at the
she's
very
so
beginning,
backwards. She
I
was not
remember
that
when
way
we,
originally, and then she requested the bag dinners at some point, didn't she? And
well,
then
what
now
happened, yeah, while long time ago when we read, remember her very
Mhm.
first intake stuff, a little of it is noted special diet requested. So
Yeah.
she requested it upon arrival, then she wanted to cancel it, then she requested, then she wanted to change it, and then she requested. So she's had 3 changes.
Okay.
I'm remembering the
Interesting.
previous first one upon her arrival. She had requested. And now they're saying inmate received bag meal due to allergies. Ugh.
But
Another
sometimes she
positive
does not
inmate
get a
volunteered to
special
work
meal.
the day dorm trustee due to the trust having the day off. Throughout the shift, she displayed positive attitude while demonstrating strong work ethic. She maintained a clean day room, cleaned and stocked the bathroom, conducted laundry, and helped set up breakdown chow. Who are you paying off?
Haley Mouse, you're funny. She wasn't OCD in her apartment. Her carpet was filthy, etc.
Yeah, but she is here. Look at
Yeah.
this. Being okay, this is the soy allergy. Being that inmate Boone is allergic to soy, inmate was given a bag meal. Inmate stated to me that she wanted a tray. I stated to her no. Inmate Boone consistently plays uh, blank officers when it comes to her meals. Some days she's allergic to soy, and other days she is not. Inmate was observed in the day room during chow eating a regular tray with soy and beans. Informational purposes only. Manipulation much?
My God. She's like the ultimate gaslighter. She really is. And that's that is really a DV thing. So I wonder how he must have felt when he was alive. Like, and she called him George, but everyone else called him Jorge. So I wonder if that pissed him off. Sorry, guys, I'm just getting off on a tangent, but she just seemed to be a bit off.
Yeah, y'all.
So, yeah.
All right.
Sorry, guys.
Inmate Boone on December 5th is receiving a negative for being in an unauthorized bunk area. All inmates were given dorm expectations and told that failure to follow such expectations would result in a negative earn. And she did. Information only. Inmate was accommodated by medical with a special diet tray due to her allergy. But inmate Boone refused the tray. Inmate Boone picks and chooses what meals she wants to be allergic to and demands extra or other foods when convenient for her. I explained to her that if the
Allergy.
is not the main course per Sergeant Dunn, she will not be receiving the bag meal. I miss my crying baby. It would help a lot. Is this the one with the one in the bottom? No. I'm going to get me a little Tylenol so while I'm doing this, so forgive me. Oh, negative officer contact. Now, some of this we may have read in the past, so don't there we go.
Please just stay with us. If you've heard some of this before, we had some of the notes, but we did not have the entirety of the notes, which is why we are going through
Truth Fairy.
Yes.
I made the request. I requested the Tooth Fairy in a passing comment. Hey, it would be great to get all these. Can we get them? Oh, Tooth Fairy, you're amazing. I mean, Truth Fairy. Inmate Boone approached the officer's desk, began to scold me about a bag meal that she says that I had a duty to give her for lunch. I explained to inmate Boone again that she was afforded a special diet by medical to accommodate her allergies. She refused. Inmate Boone stated to me that it was because she did not like hair braiders in the dorm. Hair braiders? You know what that means?
Yeah.
Oh, no, ma'am. In the dorm, and she was not going to scoop to my level. Inmate Daibo was also present at the desk and stated to inmate Boone.
Isn't that a racist statement?
Inmate Boone consistently and routinely challenged the officer's decision. I explained to inmate Boone again to contact medical and see if they can again be put on restricted diet. So she's a prejudiced little wench.
You know what? Oh my gosh. Your hair looks so janky and you have like the worst opinions of people who do like the best hair ever. Like, what the heck is wrong with you, woman?
I.
Sorry, guys.
I-
There's rage here. There's rage here. I can't.
I want to go code red, but I'm not.
Yeah, we know that there's more probably to the prejudice.
Officer,
so we
contact.
gotta-
Nope. Yeah, there's going to be more.
Yeah, hello, Britt.
So-
She's jealous for sure.
Racist was not on my bingo card.
Oh,
Sort of.
well, it kind of was on mine, but I didn't know. I didn't know if
said
it was going to come out in
sorta.
that way. Like, that's an interesting way to. Yeah. She is jealous because a lot of those girls are just so good looking that you're like, oh, they're gonna be beautiful forever. So,
honey boo boo,
anyway.
honey boo boo, Sarah, darling, come here, honey boo boo. Let me teach you something. If you're nice to the hair braiders and you treat people with respect, I bet if you give them a couple of your bags of chip or ramen, they might help you make your hair look pretty for court. Instead of looking like you just slapped a bowl on it and tried to do a haircut yourself. You know what? You remind me of someone that's taken out by the garbage collector. Yeah, honey boo boo, be nice. You might live through this experience.
They may not braid your hair, but they may not kick your ass. I don't know.
You may not get shanked, but they may not braid your hair, but they may not shank you too.
Yeah, that's true. That's absolutely true. It's just, oh god. Anyway, sorry. I'll be right back, but that is not. Sorry.
Well, go ahead and mark down. Oh no, never mind. We're good. Inmate.
Sorry, guys.
It's okay. Inmate Boone. Okay, inmate spoke to Corporal McKinley regarding the bag meal. Inmate stated that Corporal McKinley that she was aware that she had special dietary and that she refused it, but she wants to be given a bag meal at any time that there is soy on the tray. I want to stop here, Miss Boone. Miss Boone. Miss Boone. There is two things that people don't understand about allergies most of the time. Adverse reaction is what most people have to food. It makes their stomach upset, or sometimes they have to spend a little extra time in the bathroom and invest a little more in toilet paper, which you probably aren't afforded. But allergic reaction is more of the ones who have to use an EpiPen, like the person speaking to you right now. Miss Boone, I am so alert. I am allergic to citrus. And that means that if I digest it or exposed to lemons, limes, oranges, or grapefruit, I can die. What you're expressing here is not an allergy, but simply an adverse reaction. Hence, soy can touch your tray and you will live. Lemon or lime touches my tray and I can die. Girl, get your crap straight. Oh. An intolerance, you are right there, Haley Mouse. An intolerance or adverse reaction is not an allergy. This is manipulation gameplay. Oh, honey boo boo. Okay. Information. Inmate Boone approached the officer's desk, asking the officer,
Why wasn't she on the cleaning list? Because she was on the cleaning list this morning per Officer Green. B1 shift.
I explained to her that per medical and her alert, she is on a
No work.
status as of December 12th by her nurse, Harter L. Inmate Boone stated to me that she cannot be because of Officer Bridges on yesterday stated to her that she has no order and that the officer called medical, and they are also confirmed that she no longer on the no work order. I called Officer Bridges in J Dorm, and Officer Bridges communicated to me that she never has a conversation with inmate Boone regarding her work status. I explained to inmate Boone, per her alerts, that she is still under a no work status. status and that she cannot work until it's cleared. Inmate Boone was not receptive and asked me to call medical, and I stated to her,
I will not. And
she can speak to with the nurse this afternoon if she'd like during med pass. OMG. Hi.
Did I
Okay, I
miss
can't read this
any?
name. I am hi 000. Thanks you guys for hopping on. The one underneath it, I don't have my glasses on, so I can't read it.
Eva Leah Star is Tev. Wow, that is something. I am Eva least. Yeah, no. Eva. Okay, thank you, Eva. I'm sorry. We're bad with usernames.
000. There is soy in Snicker bars that she claimed was missing a few previous weeks ago. Soy is also in a ramen. Yes.
Oh,
This biatch is not allergic to soy.
No.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Did I miss any negatives or positives while I was gone?
No.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I bet if she got COVID, the medical would leave her alone. Snap! I need to get the whip going. I think she's fine. There's nothing wrong with her. She's just a difficult person. I'm sure all of the guards can't stand her. They can't wait till she goes to prison, boo boo. And prison, they ain't putting up with this crap. They won't.
No, they're gonna have a party after she leaves and goes to her permanent
inmates
home.
and staff.
Yep.
Okay. Inmate refused lunch. I called the inmate kitchen and spoke with
Hi,
John. I asked him what was in the hot dogs, and he stated to me, soy and chicken. Inmate Boone is allergic to soy. Bag meal offered. Girl, that girl ain't. Soy is in half of what they get in their stupid commissary or more. That woman is not allergic to soy. Inmate Boone continues to pick and choose which soy meals she wants to eat. Today's lunch consisted of potatoes and soy meat. Questionable. Inmate Boone consistently challenges the officer's decisions. I have spoke with medical on several occasions regarding inmate Boone and a special dietary, again to no avail. Negative contact with officer.
Ooh.
This AM, I made an announcement for personal laundry. This again. Most of the inmates came down with their laundry, as I observed in the process of how new dorm trustees did laundry. I noticed that her inmate Boone was conversating for a while. I observed inmate Boone put her personal laundry in the left laundry machine. As I was conducting my visual, just out of courtesy, I looked into the laundry machine and saw that only one item in this particular machine was inmate Boone's. Being that we do not wash linens in the dorm, I took the sheet out of the washing machine and put it in a garbage bag and placed it out the door. Inmate Boone approached me in a defensive manner with her hands on her hips, stating to me, so you're going to give me my other sheet? I asked her, why don't you have a sheet? She continued to babble about why she did not have a sheet and why she put her sheet in the laundry, and so on and so forth. I explained to her that the linen exchange is done on the night shift. Other than in emergencies, inmate was not receptive and stated to me in this matter that something else to add to her notes. I stated to her, please do exactly what you have to do. But now you are displaying a conduct that disrupts the orderly and security of this dorm by yelling at this officer. To continue to have the dorm order in the dorm, inmate Boone was escorted to the holding cell for informal discipline for 2 hours. Yay! Inmate Boone.
That's some
Inmate
sus
Boone.
stuff.
I
What
want
was
to
she
call her.
doing with that sheet? That was some bullshit right there.
Oh,
I had to make a
um,
dad joke.
I need to throw this up because I don't want new people to join and be asking a bunch of questions. So let me get the banners up.
Thank you for dealing with my bad dad puns, everyone. I've come to that point in my life where I don't have children, but I still want to embarrass my younger family. So, yeah.
There we go. Whoa. Inmate is receiving another negative for talking in the bunk area. Okay, yada, 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 yada. Negative with officer contact. Inmate Boone, Sarah, 2000583. If anybody wanted their personal information, there you go. Is receiving a negative while on break. Corporal Gilreth informed me that she instructed inmate Boone, Sarah, to go to her bunk. Inmate Boone was not properly wearing her face mask as per the CDC guidelines. Inmate Boone was informed by the corporal that she had some type of medical cream applied on her face and she couldn't wear a mask for up to 30 minutes. Inmate Boone also informed Corporal that Officer Fulton was aware inmate Boone did not have permission by this officer to improperly wear the mask. Negative earned. In February 28th of 21, inmate received another negative for not having her face mask on after all inmates were advised to do so. And look at all the breakfast trays. So she's not a breakfast eater. Okay. In prison, I'd be eating that breakfast. No, I don't care how bad it is because breakfast is at 4 or 5 in the morning. Yeah, it's a long wait between breakfast and lunch. Okay, so we have, I don't know if this is a negative, it didn't say. On March 16th/15, while working in the FCDCH dorm, inmate Boone approached an officer's station and stated that she was still having problems with inmate Willis. Oh, and Linton. And on 3/15 of 21, I spoke to all inmates concerning the concerned due to them having a disagreement in the bunk area. Inmate Boone stated that inmate Willis and Linton were harassing her and calling her a killer. Oh, poor Boo Boo. Again, I spoke with both inmates about the situation. Both inmates stated that inmate Boone was lying. Linton and Willis stated that they were arguing because Boone is talking about them while she thinks they're sleeping. Due to inmate Boone demanding that both inmates be separated, she not to be moved, I felt there was an inmate manipulation at play. I spoke with CPL Corporal Sutton about the incident, and she stated she would speak to inmate Boone or inmates. Negative earned. So that would be a negative too. It just doesn't state it, but that would probably be a negative. During random locker search and shakedown of inmate Boone's bunk area, inmate Boone had the following items in her locker: bottle of lotion. We've seen this before. We're going to read it again for those who have not heard about this. Inmate Boone had the following items: a bottle of lotion that contained an unusual white powdery substance, white roll of medical tape, which they're not supposed to have, sandy hand wipes, and several Kleenex tissue paper, which they're not allowed to have in the cell, and several sheets of notebook paper and paper clips. Now, the notebook paper, they're supposed to be on it's the yellow pads, the legal pads. They can have those, but separate sheets of paper, no. And paper clips, absolutely a no-no. She also had a Head and Shoulders shampoo bottle with hand sanitizer in the bottle. What? Inmate Boone was asked what was inside the bottle labeled lotion, but had a white powdery substance inside. She replied that she didn't know, that she got it from an inmate that was no longer in jail by the name of Ashley. Inmate Boone was violated 3.10. Possession of any controlled any controlled contraband, anything not authorized by retention or by receipt by the inmate and not issued to him through regular facility channels. Inmate was also counseled, appeared receptive, and understanding that the future incident will result in formal disciplinary action. Okay, now do you want to explain to these people why this is a big issue? While I take a sip.
Yes. So, Jedi Jess, she may be a germaphobe, or there is the fact that with rubbing alcohol or any sort of alcohol and baking powder or ketchup, you can actually make a boom boom of some small sort. And it's like a very improvised device, but you can actually use ketchup and like baking soda. And so the white powder and then the hand sanitizer is very suspect having all of those things together. So that was initially my thoughts. And because she is diabolical, I would not put it past her. She could also totally be a germaphobe. Oh, Jedi Jess, totally.
She is an alcoholic, and they can take hand sanitizer and do stuff to it, but
I wonder if ketchup and mustard has soy.
yes. Negative contact. Inmate received negative contact for an unauthorized area. Inmate was observed passing something to inmate Bobby, who was housed in the bunk number 40. Okay, at this point, here's bunk 40. You got it. Bobby Bowers is bunk 40. And she handed something to her. Inmate should be noted that inmate Boone Sarah is housed in bunk 34. At this time, she went from 44 to 34. So now we know who Bowers is. During the random locker check on May 19th of 21 and shakedown, inmate Boone had ketchup, mayonnaise, mustard, sugar packets, all sorted in legal envelopes that had been cut in half. Well, first of all, the word cut is a problem because they ain't supposed to have scissors. So where'd she cut them in half? Inmate Boone did not have any paperwork in those envelopes. Inmate Boone also had a handful of PREA flyers that were previously posted around the facility in regards to an upcoming audit, along with a bunch of cut up pieces of paper and brochures, as well as several Kleenex tissue papers. Inmate Boone was violated. Possession of any controlled, we've already read that. I informed inmate Boone that anything altered from its original state is considered contraband and would be disposed of per the Orange County policy. Inmate Boone was also counseled and appeared receptive. Okay, this is important. Now, I don't know about all the mayonnaise and ketchup and all that because that can be made into boom booms, but all of the paper that was cut up and the tissue, why is that a big deal? The PRA flyers are heavier stock. A lot of them have a waxy, more of a, flyer texture to them. They can soak those down and form those into shakes. And clean it, and toilet paper are really good after being wet and dry at holding form and binding different types of paper together. Don't ask me how I know. Positive contact, volunteered to help around the dorm. Officer contact. This inmate Boone came to the med line with a manila envelope. I asked inmate Boone to let me see what she had in the envelope. Inmate Boone had 6 medicine containers. This is what the nurse puts the medicine in for med pass. So little clear cups, which can be heated up and shaped into a shake with some sort of medicine in it. I asked inmate Boone what was in the containers, and she stated to me that it was face wash. I stated to her that she should not have that much face wash, and that she stated to me that she pays for it and she should. I asked the nurse Scott, when is she to use this? And Nurse Scott said to me, AM and PM. I stated to inmate Boone that she should be using the face wash as prescribed, not having any leftovers. Inmate Boone was not receptive. She could sell that stuff to other inmates who are having acne problems or skin issues. That's why they're supposed to use the entire contents that is given morning and night. Inmate Boone constantly volunteers. Another positive. This is interesting to me. Why is she volunteering at these odd schedules? It's like every so many months. I'm not wondering if she doesn't owe something, and the way to pay it off is to volunteer to do their job.
Cleaning schedule.
Yep.
Yeah. Because
Okay,
the guards don't seem to know about it, so it's not her pissing off a guard. It's her taking somebody else's cleaning schedule. That's an inmate.
Mm-hmm. She sees 2 more positives on the 9th and the 10th. That's unusual for her. 2 days in a row.
Yeah, that's weird.
Oh, but just 2 days later, she receives another negative. Inmate Boone, along with other inmates, attend the faith-based program in the H dorm, was advised to get ready for the program that starts at 0900 hours. Inmate Boone was observed entering the classroom and then exiting out and entering the shower. Inmate Boone was told to complete her shower before 900 hours to attend the program, in which is the reason why she is housed in this dorm. Inmate Boone began to yell from the shower, stating that the lady from yesterday told her that the program doesn't start till 9:30. Inmate Boone was counseled about her behavior and received a negative. Information on 540, unable to meet with inmate due to shakedown occurring in H dorm. On 514, I met with inmate Boone to extend case management services. At this time, she declined assistance. Oh, and informed me that should this change, she can fill out an inmate request form and I'll meet with her at that time. Okay, honey boo boo. This is the beginning of some that would affect her lawyers, would it not?
I think so.
She had a positive earned on the 22nd, and then the 23rd, she got a negative. Inmate is receiving a negative for talking in the bunk areas. The rules were recited. Then on 527, inmate Boone received a negative for her attitude. Inmate Boone was assigned to clean the inmate rooms. Oh, so when she's assigned to clean, there's a negative.
That's funny.
Oh my gosh. Inmate Boone was assigned to clean the inmate room. While speaking with other inmates, inmate Boone rudely interrupted, stating that she needed a garbage bag. She was informed that if she couldn't clearly see that I was speaking with someone and that her interrupting was rude, that she needed to wait. She immediately got an attitude.
All I asked was freaking garbage bag. I am the one cleaning. I am just trying to get it done.
She again was addressed with her attitude, which she apologized, but still got a negative. Then, on June 6th of 21, all inmates were given dorm rules. Inmate was observed in an unauthorized bunk area due to the inmate's failure to follow instructions. She received another negative.
An
Oh, my Lord, y'all.
unauthorized area.
Yeah.
Fascinating. No, Ronnie, she really does not like to be told what to do.
Yeah, I want to take a
She
class.
seems like the
we should
FAFO
do that.
type.
We should be doing that on a members only live. I'll educate you.
Mm-hmm.
Look at her comment. How do you say that? Shiraz?
Shiraz, yeah, I think.
Shiraz? We ought to do that. My membership start at 99 cents on up, but we do membership lives for members, and that way I can talk about some of the things and not get in trouble for them. Right now, if I say some of the words I'd have to say in that discussion, it would be bad. Okay, on June 21st of 21, inmate Boone attended the faith-based program. Due to the clock not keeping accurate time, the program room, she asked me to inform her when it was 20:30 hours. At 20:30 hours, I informed her of the time. Upon exiting the program approximately 20:50 hours, inmate Boone approached me and stated that the program instructor, Ms. Lamé, and her had words over me informing her of the time. When Ms. Lamé exited, I asked her if there was an issue during the program. She informed me that inmate Boone was rude and told her that she goes over to the allotted time. Rude and told her that she goes over the allotted time and she needs to be in her cell at 9. Miss LeMay stated that she would speak to the captain about inmate Boone's behavior and clarify the times.
She told the chaplain that she should be in her car by 9. She told the chaplain to get the fudge out by
And
9.
You're saying that in front of a chaplain? Girl. No, I'm kidding. I am a chaplain.
I'm sorry, I almost didn't understand that for a second. I'm like, you're not telling somebody to get to their what? And then I think that's like one of the first times she goes to the faith-based meeting and she's telling the chaplain to get out.
You're going over on time and that you're supposed to be in your car on 9. So get the out of here so I can go do whatever I want to do. Prison innovations. Yes.
Jump in.
Members only live.
Take crap over. It just does not surprise me. Sorry, guys. Just I enjoyed that one. That one was something special. That was something special.
My sugar level is too low. I need more jelly beans. Y'all don't realize I got jelly beans.
Us.
Yay!
Excited.
Thank you. Woohoo! I have a jelly bean hangover from our lives. You may explain that for a minute, my dear, while I get this gumminess out of my teeth.
We were playing Bean Boozled, and Ada was taking some for the team, but she also had like really good jelly bellies that were on the sides so that she could get the gross taste out of her mouth when she had a few like gross ones. And so when you have jelly bellies around, it's just really easy to eat them. Like eat a lot of them. It's just easy. And so sometimes you just get like a sugar hangover from it. And yeah. And so it can be problematic when you like wake up and you're like, why do I have a headache? And you're like, oh, okay, maybe I should not have eaten that much sugar. Ronnie, my gosh. Okay, so Ronnie, one of our mods, is delightful, and she's like one of the funniest people ever. And she says Sarah does need Jesus, but I think even Jesus has second thoughts about her.
What? Did you say?
Oh,
Say that?
Ronnie, you're a delight. You're a true delight. C. Taylor, thanks for joining us. And Ronnie, one of our moderators, is showing her wit and talent. So,
Okay.
and yeah, we are talking about sugar hangovers because we do have those a lot. We do have regular hangovers too, but just like
No,
sugar hangovers.
never
do
had one.
happen.
I've
Really?
never had a hangover.
Oh, well,
My
I can't say
problem
that.
is I am such a super, super, super featherweight when it comes to drinking anything of that substance that I can't drink but about this much wine and I go to sleep like a baby. So if I have any more
Mhm.
than that, I can't get drunk because I go to sleep before I get there.
Yeah, usually I don't drink enough to get drunk. I just drink enough to get sleepy. So, but there have been a few times where I've just gotten rowdy and then that's turned into a thing. So, yeah. Oh, Ronnie, we know that you're okay. You have the wit of a wonderful professor, and we love it. We love you here. We love the
Hey, guys.
information you bring us. It's great.
For those of you who don't know, Jesus did say, turn around and shake the dust off your sandals. This is a person that you turn around and shake the dust off your sandals.
Oh. Ronnie is
I
our
can get
research
coffee drunk.
manager. Oh yeah, see that? That's a good one. Now, I drink too much coffee and I just get like really jittery and like off balance. But I know that there are people that can like drink coffee and just be like, the majority of them is coffee. And they run on coffee. It's delightful.
Well, I take coffee, but I also put kratom with it, and it's fabulous.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
Thanks
those of you
everybody
who
for
don't
joining
know-
us. We have a couple of new people joining us. We really
Yes,
appreciate
thank
you
you.
dropping by, hanging out with us, and checking out Sarah Boone's behavioral records because we just found out that she went to a faith-based meeting and told the chaplain to get out because she
was there after 9 o'clock.
there after 9 o'clock of your car.
My son has a business that we sell kratom, and I was introduced to it back in 2013. But kratom is a cousin to the coffee plant. I will not go into a whole lot of details on this live, but I will tell you, coffee for a lot of people, they get that really high and then they crash. When you take kratom, it's like being in a jalopy airplane that's like this, and then the landing's like, poof. Kratom is like the Trump airplane. It just kind of glides. It's fabulous. If you ever see me putting stuff under my tongue, kratom. So, but anyway, it also can help with discomfort, and I'm
Good.
needing it. But
Whatever helps,
anyway,
you know.
huh?
Whatever helps, you know.
It's
Especially
legal.
if you can find
It's
like
not-
natural things and you know things that are plant-based, it usually helps a lot and it's better for your system. So Rabbit Ink. Ada has you saw it. Yeah, Ada has the migraine. You saw that.
I'm
Okay,
fighting, trying to not have one.
Thanks for joining us though, Rabbit Ink.
Here,
We
for those
really
who don't mind my
appreciate it.
face without it, this is who I am. But this light is intense. And
Yeah.
so I have the sunglasses on. I'm trying to read, and I'm fighting a nasty. Let's see. I'm better, so let's see if these will work now. But I'm not quite there yet. Let's see. No, I gotta have the sunglasses. I apologize, but I am unfortunately a migraine sufferer, and it's high allergy right now, along with the sugar hangover. We try to do something fun and crazy on our members only lives, and I had too much jelly bellies, and we did the bean boozled game, and I had, let's see, burnt rubber vomit. What are all the horrible flavors? I mean, yeah, it was nasty, but I took it for the team. Okay, let's go. Okay, Inmate Boone has above and beyond to help staff. Inmate Boone has volunteered to clean. Why is there negative contact on a day that they say she helped? I think that's a mistake. But the negative contact just the next day, inmate receiving a negative for not being properly dressed when leaving her bunk area. Properly dressed includes face mask when she did not have one. Negative. Mm. Let me do this. Just so you know, we do have a sponsor, and I need to play their sponsorship. Please enjoy. Hey, y'all, please help me welcome the Hitchman Homestead Coffee. They are fabulous. They have many different blends of freshly roasted, freshly ground coffee. They have a monthly club where you get 4 bags for $40 or a Keurig option. Also, they just came out with a half and half. Oh my gosh, I absolutely love it. So do me a favor. Go down to the link below at hitchmanhomestead.com. Order you some coffee and show them some love. So right now I am drinking this one. It is the Ethiopian Hill Country Ethiopian dark roast. One thing I will say is I am a coffee snob. And I hate it when you get a coffee that you drink it and then as soon as you swallow it, you get this woo, bitter, bitter taste to it. Because this is freshly roasted, freshly ground, and this does not sit on the shelf for more than 30 days, it will never have that. And it's so good. It's so smooth. I absolutely love it. So, no, I know Rabbit Link Inc. I don't have diabetes, thank you, Lord Jesus. But I am in a sugar comatose from last night. I slept like a baby, though. I really did. I didn't even get out of bed until 11 o'clock this morning, which is anybody who knows what I do lives anywhere from 7 to start at 7 or 8 o'clock. They are awesome. They are awesome. And it's wonderful because it's a small mom and pop business, and I rather support a mom and pop business than a big corporation any day. And they're fabulous people. I love them. They're the sweetest people. Okay. So on 9/29 of 21, Inmate Boone got a classification notice. Inmate Boone received the was removed from the faith-based program today due to several complaints of intimidation, bullying, and antagonizing inmates, workers in the dorms, specifically dorm workers. I spoke with her approximately 3 weeks ago due to the complaints from the inmate workers assigned to the dorm trustees. I advised her that she would be removed from the faith based program and relocated if she continued the negative behavior. Her negative behavior has continued, and therefore she was relocated to a new housing dorm in result of this issue. To resolve this issue. And thank you, Ronnie. Chaplain. Oh, and then we have a information from the chaplain. Inmate Boone has been removed from the faith-based program, life learning program, without previous notification to the director program. It's instead of grant director. Chaplain was notified by email after the fact. It should be noted that Inmate Boone is one of the most improved program participants with no disciplinary issues, respectful, and always willing to help. What a controversy here. On one hand, they're sitting here saying intimidation, bullying, and antagonizing, but on the other one, within the actual program itself, she's fabulous. In the dorm, she's a bitch. I can say that.
I don't get it. I don't. This is so, and they're right next to each other. They're on the same.
I think what's happening is that when you're in the program, you're in a different dorm and all of you stay together. But when you go to the actual events or meetings or the life learning program itself during the day in the particular classroom or the place where it's being held, um, she's fine because she's trying to impress the chaplain. It's called manipulation. But when they get back to the dorm area where all of these women are maintained together because they're in the program, she's a witch.
That makes sense. So, and Chaplain Gonzalez will think that probably almost anything is improved after she got told to go to her car.
No, I don't think so. I think the thing is I think that she, it could be he, it could be she.
Yeah, true.
Chaplain
Sorry, I just
Gonzalez.
think it's a she. Sorry.
Yeah. Chaplain Gonzalez may not be aware of Sarah's behavior outside the program, but a part of the program requires them to get along with everybody in the program. And she's not doing that. So
Yeah.
he's like, what the hell?
Interesting.
Negative on November 2nd of 21. Inmate is receiving a negative for failure to follow the CDC guidelines and social distancing and wearing a face mask. Inmate was observed with her face mask hanging from her chin, not over her nose, not properly on her face. It should be noted she was not eating, drinking, or in the shower. Negative earned. Another negative earned because she was talking in her bunk. Negative officer contact on November 9th. On Tuesday, November 9th of 2021, inmate Boone approached the officer's desk and asked if any mail came today. I told her no. Inmate Boone did not like that answer, so she got an attitude and continued to question the officer about the mail. She stated that she finds
I find it very odd that the mail hasn't come in 3 days and demand that I call to check to see if B dorm had any information on mail for today.
I then explained to inmate Boone that I was unaware about the past few days because I was not in the dorm office. I can only speak for today, and there was no mail for B dorm today. And lastly, I don't need to call anyone regarding mail for the FTC has its system put in place for the mail. Inmate Boone then demanded an inmate request form. A form was made available to her. She stormed off. Inmate Boone consistently questioned the officer's authority to get an attitude when she does not get her way. Oh. Wow. Negative. Oh, this is a big one. Look at all the write up. Okay. 11/11. 21. All inmates were given dorm expectations and advised several times there would be no talking at any time in bunk, shower, or bathroom. After ensuring all inmates understood the verbal orders were given to them while conducting chores of the dorm, the inmate continued to talk in the bunk area, regardless of the rules of the dorm. All inmates, I'm sorry, I thought I had that turned down. All inmates were informed that they would remain in their bunk for 2 hours, which was documented in my IMS. Inmate Boone approached the officer's desk stating that she had to contact her attorney before 2. I advised inmate Boone that once the 2 hours are over, the phones will be available for use. Inmate then started to become argumentative with me, stating that this was not fair. This was cruel punishment. Inmate Boone requested an inmate request form and to speak to a supervisor. Inmate Boone turned the inmate request form on this matter, which was given to the supervisor. Darling, honey boo boo, if you guys misbehave and the phones are on lockdown, too bad. So sad. No visitation during those 2 hours, no phone calls, no food. Maybe you and your bunkies need to behave. Negative contact officer contact on 11/22. Inmate received a
Hi, Miss
negative
Morales.
for talking in her bunk. Hey, Miss Morales. Hi, everybody. Oh, thank you, Rabbit Ink.
Mhm.
Scroll down. Oh, information. Today, December 6th of 2021, inmate Boone approached the officer's desk with an inmate request form along with 2 handwritten pages that were attached stating that she wanted to grieve video wanted to grieve video visitation regarding her visit that took place yesterday, December 5th. Inmate Boone stated that her visit was cut off for no reason. Officer Veal made it very clear to inmate Boone that her visit didn't get cut off for no reason. I'm sure there was a reason. I then asked her if she addressed her concerns with the officer that was on duty yesterday, and she stated that she did, but the officer explained to her that being that her son departed the at-home visitation screen, her visit ended. I then stated to inmate Boone that there is the reason. I'm not sure what she's trying to grieve. I took it upon myself to landline video visitation. I spoke to Mr. Stanford and advised her of the inmate Boone's concern. Mrs. Stanford asked me to place the phone on speaker so that the inmate Boone could hear the rules and how the video visitation worked. The rules are no different from the ones on the on-site visit. Inmate Boone was still upset, but appeared to receptive and understanding how the home visitation worked. Inmate Boone still insists on speaking to his supervisor. Sergeant Dunn was notified and made aware of the situation. Okay, let me explain how this works. When you go into an inmate person visitation, a lot of times it's a big room. The chairs are set up like you would see in an airport. There is a restroom. You have to stay within eye shot except for the restroom. And there is always a security guard near the restroom. So they say you go from your chair as the visitor to the restroom. And there's one person in at a time. Then they come out and go. So you're always in view. Now, if you should go out of view, hide, do anything, or even out the main door, turn around and come back in. Say if you have a call that you can't hear, you go out that little visitation room door and you want to come back in, it's over. Even if you were only there 10 minutes, you can't leave and come back in. Same way on the video. So you see me here. If I should move off screen in any way, even this, your visitation's over. Because you're not allowed to have anybody else in the room. It's like, oh, what's his name? I forgot his name. The tattoo dude. The one with all the tattoos all over him.
Wade Wilson?
Wilson.
Yeah.
Wilson is trying to calls his dad and asks his dad to call this girl and get a 3-way call going. That's highly against the rules. Well, you can't have another person in the room and you slide off screen, somebody else come in, and then you slide back on. The person that they're calling with that name has to maintain the screen at all times. She's not happy about that. So her son stepped out of screen. Too bad. So sad. Thank you. Another negative officer contact on December 14th. Inmate Boone was called for visitation. Inmate Boone arrived to the visitation without a mask on and asked for a new one. Inmate Boone was asked for her old mask to verify the nose clip was still intact because if they're not there, they can be used to harm people. Inmate Boone stated that she threw the mask in the trash and was unable to provide one. Inmate issued a new mask and reminded that the mask must be shown intact in order to issue a new one. Negative. Information. Inmate Boone had an attorney. Look how bold it is, y'all. That's different. Inmate Sarah Boone had attorney visit at 12:15, 21 at 23:30 hours. and the attorney Padilla. Mr. Padilla requested to see Boone in person in the staff briefing room or some other room. His request was denied, and he was advised that he would be allowed to speak with her via attorney interview room. I personally do not have any knowledge of any official directives that allows Boone face-to-face visit with an FDC with her attorney. Lieutenant Lorenza was notified concerning the incident. That is unusual, very unusual. They have specific attorney interview rooms, and for them to be asked to be placed in a different room is like, dude, what are you going to do?
Yeah, what you playing at?
Yep. And so the very next day, more information. On December 16, 2021, inmate Boone approached the officer while conducting a visual and stated that she needed to speak with me. Immediate Boone then stated that inmate Furpus is going around B dorm discussing her case and calling her a murderer and yelling, "I can't breathe! I can't breathe!" Per inmate Boone, inmate Purpose is mocking the case and that she knows nothing about it. If anybody knows what that means, if not, you'll learn soon enough. My first question to inmate Boone was, did she discuss her concerns with the officer that was on duty prior to me? She said no, because it happened yesterday, December 15th. Interesting, when she was supposed to have an attorney visit while I was on duty. So my next question was, why am I just now hearing about it today? Inmate Boone had no answer to that question. I told her that I would speak to the inmate, in regards to the matter. Inmate Boone made it loud and clear that she did not want me to speak to inmate Furpus. Instead, she requested to move inmate from bunk 40. So this is another person in bunk 40, not the one we
Yeah.
had before.
I'm trying to
And by
think,
doing-
like, why is it like bunk 40 that's become a vortex of dysfunction?
For her,
Sorry, I just
not in reality, but for her reality, yes. She's got a bullseye on whoever's in bunk 40. She hates bunk 40.
Yeah.
And anyone in it. And by doing so, the problem would resolve. Being that the problem was solved by moving one from one bunk to another, I decided to move inmate Boone instead from bunk 38. Inmate Boone appeared upset regarding my decisions, so she stated that everything was okay and that she didn't want to be moved and she's comfortable where she is currently housed. It should be noted that inmate Boone is always trying to manipulate staff to get her way. Being that the particular incident didn't work for her favor, she's upset. Inmate Boone is fully aware I hear anything else regarding this matter, she will be relocated to a different bunk. Sergeant Dunn was notified and made aware of this incident. Inmate Boone approached the officer and stated that she needed a new pair of slides because hers were ripped. On December 21st of 21. She stated that she had asked several different officers and no one had gotten her a pair. Today, December 21st, 21, I, Officer Veal, gave inmate Boone a new pair of slides, but she didn't like the pair that she declined. And so she declined. She stated that her current ones are much nicer. I'm not sure what type of slides she thinks she should get, but they are all the same.
And Officer Veal seems to be the person that deals with her a lot. So Veal must be like the no nonsense person on the shift that like kind of deals with the riffraff, I think.
But
Because like a
also,
lot of the bigger comments a lot of them are from her.
well, and the other thing is that you do have officers that are the mainstay that are
Mhm.
like permanently assigned to that housing. And then you have lower level officers that can rotate
Yeah, and they like,
between the
float
different
around.
dorms that float
Yeah.
around. So, in this situation, I think that that's probably what's happening here. And,
Gotcha.
and this person is usually at the officer station, and all the other officers tend to do all the legwork. So all of
Mhm.
the interaction at the officer's desk is usually this person.
Gotcha. Okay.
Positive
know.
officer contact. Volunteer to assist with inmate worker duties. Congratulations. Another positive contact. Congratulations. Sorry. Negative contact, January 16, 22. We're moving along here.
Yeah.
During a we haven't seen this one, have we?
No, I don't think so. No, we have
During-
not.
During a medical emergency, Ms. Boone was in the shower. Inmate Boone was given a verbal order to get dressed quickly and get out of the shower due to a medical emergency in the dorm. I wonder what that medical emergency was. Slipped on a piece of soap. You know what that's code for, right? Inmate Boone was given several verbal orders to get out of the shower and return to her bunk. Inmate Boone proceeded to take her time coming out of the shower. Once the medical emergency was completed, Inmate Boone was given a 2-hour informal discipline, and counseling on her actions appeared receptive and understanding of the incident resulted in a negative. So, when there's a beat down, they all have to get back to their dorms or medical.
Or if there's like a possible self unaliving, I would imagine that would also put people back in there.
That's considered medical. Yeah, it's self-harm. Yep. Okay. So on February 23 or 22, Inmate Boone received a negative for talking in the shower with Inmate Wright Robinson. Officer Veal told both inmates several times that there was no talking while in the shower, but to no avail. All inmates were advised of the rules and negative was given. Ooh, this is huge. Look at this one.
Wow.
Another negative earned. Failure to follow verbal orders from staff. Inmate Boone. I'm sorry, I keep leaning out of camera. Let me know if I am. Inmate Boone consistently starts arguing with the other inmates in the dorm every time she volunteers to do duties around the dorm. Wait, what?
Is
What?
she using that positive time to argue with other people?
Yeah.
Or to covertly spy on them? Or to like sift
Start
through their
shit.
crap?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting,
noted-
Sarah. Sarah the
Yeah.
grifter.
Mm-hmm.
Woo.
It should be
Sorry,
noted
that
that
one was
Inmate
funny.
Boone is not the dorm trustee. She just volunteers. There's always a hidden motive when someone volunteers in prison, and they are aware of that. I advise Inmate Boone that I do not need her assistance anytime. That I am on duty because of this very reason. Shay. On today, February 23rd, Officer Veal observed Inmate Boone approaching Inmate Ward. While she was standing at the kiosk, Inmate Boone was telling Inmate Ward that she is not going to do a great job at being the dorm trustee because she gave everyone clean towels instead of bath towels. Cleaning towels instead of bath towels. Towel exchange was conducted at night. The conversation between the two inmates had gotten loud, causing a disturbance. I advised both Inmate Boone and Inmate Ward to cease the noise and return to their bunks. Both complied.
She was being a mean girl about being like head girl of the dorm.
Honey Boo Boo,
Come on.
you're not top dog. That's what they call the head person, top dog. Boo Boo, you ain't top dog. like she's ever going to hear me say it, but I enjoy saying it. Shortly after, I observed inmate Boone still talking about inmate Ward to other inmates in the dorm. I then called inmate Boone to officer's desk, inmate Boone to officer's desk. I advised her that I do not want to hear anything else about the clean towels. Bath towel is done and over with. Inmate Boone decided she wanted to continue to challenge me by talking about the towels. It should be noted that inmate Boone consistently tries to challenge and manipulate the staff. Inmate Boone was counseled in regards to her behavior. I made it clear that I did not need her doing anything in the dorm unless her name is assigned to the chore list. I also stated that there is nothing else to talk about in regards to this matter. Inmate Boone did not appear receptive but understands the future incidents will result in disciplinary action. Are you kidding me? Inmate Boone, when you go to prison, you have a whole new world. Oh, and she got a positive for helping clean on March 8th. Negative on March 17th of 22. Inmate Boone is receiving a negative for being unauthorized bunk area. During shakedown, inmate Boone has excessive amount of property that she has to utilize 2 lockers to store it. Inmate Boone was given an inmate handbook again to review the rules and govern this jail and dorm. Inmate Boone's extra property was inventoried and taken to property. I mean, 2 years ago, they had this fight with her. Really? While conducting the shakedown B dorm, it was discovered inmate Boone has... I already read that. Wait, no, again? Had excessive property on the same day, but they gave her a negative, causing her to occupy 2 drawers, even storing items underneath the mattress due to both drawers being full capacity. And this is before she became pro se and had all this crap. Now I understand why they were giving her a hard time about being pro se and giving her extra lockers and stuff. She's already had a problem. Inmate was ordered to pack up and inventory the belongings and sent to property. During this process, inmate Boone was not receptive. Inmate Boone would try to give every excuse as to why she needed each item, prolong the process. This is not the first time Boone has been told she had extremely too much property. A padlock was placed on the door number 35 to prevent her from further storing items. They clocked you, boo-boo. That's one way to solve it. Uh-oh, do we have another negative, or is that a continuation? Oh, information. Inmate Boone received a bag of property from BRC property room. Inmate Boone was advised that if all her belongings did not fit in one drawer, she would need to send some property back. Inmate Boone pulling clothing and legal paperwork out and sent the rest to the property. It was in a bag. Oh, breakfast tray was available and offered. Inmate verbally refused breakfast. Negative contact. I guess it was the way she said it. Positive contact for stepping up and assisting in dorms. Information, approximately 1,400 hours, the water to the whole compound was turned off. In preparation for each dorm was provided 1 large trash can to be filled with water for the toilet and 2 water coolers for drinking water. In the memo sent out by management, the water is to be shut off for at least 5 to 6 hours. So due to this, the water coolers were not readily available for the inmates to drink. Boone came from outside on the rec yard and asked for water. I told her no. She was not satisfied with my response She stated she had walked 100 laps on the rec yard and needed water. Again, I said no and attempted to explain that the water in the coolers are needed for at least 4 hours. She then tried to bargain with me, asking me for water now, and she would not get any later. Again, I said no. I reminded her that she could not get water from the nurses again, like she did this morning during med pass. This was not acceptable answer for Boone. Boone returned to the desk, filled out a request form asking for a grievance. The request will be given to my immediate supervisor. Really? Talking while bunk again. Refusing. A lot of this information is refusing breakfast trays or razor. One thing that we've really learned, she doesn't like breakfast and she's a very well-shaved girl. Talking in the bunk area again, another negative. Another negative. Per Sergeant Hicks, Bravo dorm has been placed on lockdown due to their behavioral and medical emergency. Some inmates, including Boone, asked for the request form to grieve the situation. Once Boone completed the request, she approached the desk asking if I was going to call Sergeant Hicks. I stated no and just placed her request with the others. This was not to Boone's satisfaction. She stated that she had done nothing wrong and that she shouldn't be punished. I explained to her that it was out of my control and to step away from the desk. Boone again asked to speak to Sergeant Hicks, to which I responded again for her to step away from the desk.
Honey Boo Boo, get your ever-loving heirs away from my desk. Or I'm going to pepper spray your ass.
And that's the way it's normally said, y'all. I'm not kidding, y'all. They're being very polite with their language here, but they are very, very, when they tell you to step away from the desk and you don't, the next thing you see is their hand coming down for the pepper spray. And if you don't step away from that desk, that can starts to come out with it aimed at your face. We've been trying to figure out what's wrong with Sarah for quite some time. Any ideas are welcome. Yeah, she's freaking nuts. That's all we need to know. I agree that after exercise should have been allowed water. Well, here's the thing. She probably didn't do 100 laps because there's no way in an hour that you can do 100 laps around a football field. They have a lap field, which is average size as a football field, okay, or a track. There is no way she could go 100 laps. And not only that, that particular officer was probably on the compound with them and had eyes on her and know she's lying. That's probably why it was denied. And for those of you who are new and wonder how I know all this stuff, no, I've not been in prison or jail, but my husband was. And I have been in and out as chaplain and worked with deaf people who have been in jail. So I have some information on this. I agree that if she actually did what she said she did, then yeah, she should. But also, they were told they need to curb their activities because the limitations of the water. They were told, curb your activities per the situation with water. So for her to sit there and pull that is crap. I explained to her that it was out of my control and to step away. Boone again speak to Sergeant. I responded, step away from the desk and return to your bunk. Boone remained standing at the desk. I called for movement to respond to B dorm due to me having one for the holding cell. Boone was handcuffed and sent to the holding cell. Sergeant Hicks was made aware of the situation. See, they technically could have immediately, depending on the jail and the policies and procedures, but yeah, that pepper spray could have come out. I would not want to ever do anything to get that pepper spray to start coming out of that. That stuff sucks. Positive contact for helping throughout the day in the dorm. I just want to read somewhere in here that she got herself sprayed. Isn't that horrible?
I just want to hear that somewhere there was like a fight that broke out in the lunchroom or something where she was not able to avoid getting punched or something, because that
Oh, we're
crap
so bad.
happens. And it's just it's prison life. So yeah, we are bad. So sorry. It's just she has really, really irritated a lot of civic, like sorry, the word is not
She's
coming to
instigated
me.
a lot of crap.
Yes. To a lot of civil employees. Yes, sorry, that's what I was trying to think of.
Oh, she's abusive
To a
to the
lot of
civil
public
employees.
servants. To many public servants who have given their life to get paid probably not that great of wages. They could have made better wages in private practice to, So she's making people's lives kind of crappy. So we're being a little bit. I will admit I'm being a little bit petty.
I'm not.
Sorry, guys.
You're not being petty. Sarcastic, maybe. Petty, not. Okay. Now, in the month of August, of 2022 had a lot of negatives. Another negative on 8/13. Inmate Boone received a negative for negative causing disturbance in the bunk area. All inmates were invited to the dorm rules. Then on the 14th, she refused her breakfast tray again and then received a negative about 12 hours later. All inmates were given expectations of being a beginning of shift. All inmates were revived. Only one inmate allowed in the restroom at a time. Inmate Boone was seen in the restroom with inmate Pena. What were you doing, inmate Boone? Both inmates were counseled to their behavior. Both are well aware of the dorm rules, and noncompliance would result in a negative given. Oh, another negative on the 22nd, while receiving OFC Brown in Bravo Dorm, I received a call from the DSO, Forster via phone for I am Boone, inmate Boone, about the interview she had up front. When I called
bit of a
out
treat
Boone,
for us.
huh?
Sorry. I have a little bit of a treat for us. It's courtesy of Ronnie. The first bunk 40 inmate, Bobby Bowers. We have her mugshot here. We don't
put it
have
up.
a whole lot of information, but this is Bobby Bowers, the first bunk 40 inmate that and she looks like she could take Sarah. So I just wanted to say thank you, Ronnie, for finding that for us.
That's
That
why
is
that's why
is
she's
the
our
first
research
bunk 40.
manager.
Yes.
Thank you.
So
Can you find the other one?
yes.
Can she find the other one?
I've asked her to find the other one, and she's looking, but we've asked her to find some like pretty obscure things. So thank you, Ronnie, for all your hard work, and I just wanted to put that up because I knew people would enjoy it.
I love it when they put their inmate number next to their name. It makes finding them a whole hell of a lot easier. Okay. Interview had up front. We called out Boone to let her know she had an interview. She came to the. I got something that might be interesting. Who sent it? Someone sent me Watch Now. Who was that? Oh, not related to this. Okay. Boone let her know she had an interview. She came to the officer's desk and asked who was visiting. When I explained I didn't know, but she had an interview and she became intolerant. and belligerent by stating,
Oh, you don't know your job? It's your job to find out. So I know what to bring.
when I counseled her on her disrespectful outburst, she became irate and walked away from the desk to retrieve her papers. Be advised, she has dozens of negatives to her behavior towards staff. See, they have not elevated. That's on them because they've said they were going to elevate and they haven't.
Mm-hmm.
Information: inmate Boone temporarily relocated to the BRC 1A per medical. Her property and bedding are secured in FDC B dorm bunk 36B pending her return.
What do you think that was about?
Probably
How
an
long is she in
altercation.
medical?
It could be just. Mm,
It's too bad we didn't know about that, but I understand it could
I
be
can
nothing, but it could be
speculate.
something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Haley Mouse says, if you're watching Inmate from a bunk 40, I think you could take Boone, and you're way prettier than her. She was a very pretty woman. That Bobby
Mm-hmm.
Bowers. Yeah, she was quite a nice looking,
Mm-hmm.
quite a nice looking lady. So
I even kind of liked her hair. I'm
yeah, I
sticking
did
to do it.
too. I was just like, that's cool hair. And I would probably wear that shirt. So I'm like, oh, she picked a fight with me in prison, but me, only more badass. Oh, Kirstie Ann. She got
Well, she could have
punched.
also. But this is
That is
also.
that is a good idea. There is a very good possibility that she got
But
punched
this
by
is.
somebody.
Yes, but this is also at the end of COVID. It's still 22. We're kind of coming out of COVID. She could have had COVID
Mm-hmm.
or cold or the flu.
Yes, thanks for joining, Christina. We appreciate you being here. We're having some fun.
Mm-hmm.
We're trying not to speculate, but every once in a while there's something there that's you wonder about.
She did have a positive on 9/9 for helping with dorm chores.
Oh.
Negative just a few days later.
Mm-hmm.
During shakedown, Ms. Boom Boom had extra uniform and towel. Inmate Boone has also been warned several times to only use her assigned locker. Again! Had property in both lockers. Did you remove the lock? I guess I did. A note. Another lock was added to bunk 35 in order to keep inmate Boone out of locker.
Oh, this is funny. What a woman.
Another negative.
Okay.
This inmate states she's unable to do chores or cleaning, the top tier due to her having surgery.
Right now we're at 13 to 43. 13 positive to 43 negative.
Be advised, a notebook entry was entered on September 9th at 22, stating inmate is receiving this positive for assisting the dorm trustees in chores for preparation for inspection. Inmate is willing to allow volunteers when help needed. This entry was entered well after her surgery date. So she had some kind of surgical procedure, hence why in medical.
Okay.
Inmate Boone is
There we
also
go.
housed at the top tier and commutes up and down the staircase with no problem. And the only medical alert this inmate has is for a second pillow back. Nothing that states she cannot work. Inmate Boone attempts to use her surgery as an excuse to get out of cleaning when it suits her and tries to manipulate the officers. Okay, I will say, thank you for rewatching. I will say that with inmate Boone, if she was in, I don't know what kind of surgery. Can we Google and figure out what kind of surgery she may have had?
We'll try and look into it after we're done this.
Yeah.
Or I'll
this is
do
not
it while we're
necessarily-
doing this, but
Yeah, I'm not
I'm
saying you
sure
have to
that's all
now.
under HIPAA and won't be.
No, not necessarily.
Well, she
it
does
may have
have.
made the news. She may have made it public. Her
Yeah, I
attorney may
was
have
about
made
to
it
say.
public.
She does like to talk as well.
Yeah.
So
That's what I'm thinking. If she's
like
made
to
it
talk
public,
about herself.
then Mhm. She earned another negative for being in possession of 3 towels. That's a first. Usually it's other things. Sensei, my dog is snoring. On 10/18, negative, inmate Boone was observed with 3 sandwiches in a clear Ziploc bag, 30 packets of sliced cheese. What? That's like that much. How in the hell is she getting 30 packets of sliced cheese?
I
Inmate
don't
Boone
know,
stated
but
that she was allowed
oh
to
my.
have them. Oh my gosh. Here's a new one. All right, Miss Boone. Miss Boone, you've hit it. We've hit it. Miss Boone now has diabetes. And the corporals on the other shift said she can have it. Inmate Boone argued with me as I advised her that it's contraband. I advised inmate Boone she is only authorized to have 1 locker. Inmate Boone continues to approach my desk several times, inquiring about the contraband and having all of her commissary in inmate Pena's locker. I gave a verbal directive to inmate Boone to remove her commissary from inmate Pena's locker, and whether or not and whatever do not fit in her locker comes downstairs and get a property form and send it all remaining items to property. Inmate Boone was counseled on her disrespectfulness, negative behavior. Corporal Taylor's aware of this and addresses her concern. Negative earned. Yes, Haley Mouse. Mice prefer chocolate over cheese. Diabetic my ass.
Yeah,
If she was
I'm
diabetic,
kinda
she wouldn't be
torn.
refusing breakfast because it's brutally
That would
important
be
for them to
so
eat.
bad for your blood. Yeah, for gosh.
She wouldn't be doing that.
No, she wouldn't.
Another negative on 11/3 of 22, apparently at 12:35
So irritated by
in the
that,
morning,
sorry.
0.35 hours, 12:35 in the morning, I called inmate Smith down to the there's her number, down to the officer station to give her a pair of slides that she had requested because her current pair had a hole in them, the bottom. Inmate or whatever then came down to the officer's desk yelling, "Those are my slides. I asked for those." I told her that they were not her slides. Inmate Smith asked for them earlier in the shift. Inmate Boone then yelled from the top tier, "Those slides were not for Smith." I told both ladies to stop yelling. Inmate Pinera was sent back to her bunk. Inmate Boone was told to mind her own business as a matter does not concern her, nor did I ask for her opinion. Both inmates were told to cease the noise. Inmates were warned if the disruptive behavior continues, disciplined would be progressive. Okay.
Did
Per
they
the
give a
inmate handbook.
first name for Perriera? For like who she's beefing with? I don't think they did give a first name for Perriera. Well, they
Not
did
yet.
give a number though.
Yeah. There's her inmate number right there. Per the inmate handbook, only one after booking initial classification inmates custody status are given items lifted: 1 inmate handbook, 1 mattress cover, bottom sheet, 1 top sheet, 1 blanket, 1 pillow, OCCD inmate handbook, 4 pillowcase, 1 towel, 1 reusable tumbler. Any more than what inmate is allowed is considered contraband. While conducting a shakedown in B dorm, inmate was found to have an extra set of blues in her possession. Aw, again?
Ooh.
Again? Inmate also was using additional locker again for the top bunks, which has not been assigned. Locker was cleared out, items were confiscated by the officer, and a lock was placed on the locker. Oh my gosh, another negative. How many times do you have to be told, biatch, that you don't get 2 freaking lockers? And in here, this explains it. Oh.
This 2
by the
locker
way,
thing has been going on forever, for like
Day one.
years.
Day one. By the way, somebody asked, why do I have a chopstick? Because it's the perfect length for me to tap buttons when I'm reclined back. It's like my little control stick.
Yeah.
Do you
Also,
recall
I
when-
fidget with things. So
yeah,
you
and it's
see
a
me.
fidget. I like
Yeah.
thin. I don't mind thin, small things in my hands, and it's good to rest my head on.
Mhm.
Do you remember when she was in court asking about getting a second locker, and they said, we
Yes.
offered you a bag, and she said, well, I sent it back because things don't fit. I need another locker. That now makes sense after reading all
offered her
this.
a second bag, and then she said the second bag won't fit in the locker, and this was such a big deal in court.
No, she said the 2 boxes would not fit in the bag, so she sent it back.
Yeah, and then they
Needed a
gave her
locker.
2 bags for her
Mhm.
evidence. But the
Mhm.
bag, yeah. Yeah.
You can say it. We're long enough into this. We're after 2 hours.
Oh, thank gosh. Shit, Sarah. Really? Come on.
And for those of you who are just joining us, we don't cuss a whole lot here. There's a lot of cuss words that we won't say here. And even though I'm a chaplain, well, I should be careful. But anyway, sometimes cursy words are more appropriate than none, but I don't use them in vain. And the other thing is that there's sometimes there's no other word. But
Ada
the S word is.
Oh, sorry. You actually explained this the other day to us, that people do gain weight in jail because it's high carb meals. And that was something I didn't understand, Rabbit Inc. But Ada knows a lot of this stuff, so she, like, I don't know, we learn stuff from each other. It's cool. We have all sorts of people here, so it's neat when we learn from each other.
Yeah,
But
they have
I
a
don't
lot of
know.
high carbs. And
Yeah.
think of all the potato chips, the ramen, the candy.
The Snickers.
The Snickers was soy, but she's allergic to soy.
Oh, yes.
And for those of you who don't know me, who just hopped on, I am deaf without hearing aids, so there is sometimes an interpreter with us. And I am severely dyslexic. So sometimes I don't say words right. Other than that, I'm just as normal level of crazy, I think. But then again, I could be wrong.
I'm an extra level of crazy, so I'm just here because.
You're awesome. I really like you. I love you, man.
I love you too.
Okay. December 20th, 22.
Haley Mouse, I don't know why Rabbit Inc.'s comments keep disappearing, but I've sent a thing to YouTube asking, or I've sent like a ticket basically to YouTube asking why. So they're gonna check it out. I'm not quite sure.
How do
We
you
can see them on StreamYard and pick them up, but on our regular chat windows, they keep on being retracted like 3 to 5 seconds later. So I'm sorry, Rabbit Inc. I'm not quite sure why that's happening, but I'm looking into it. I'm trying to get.
Is there
an
any
answer.
keywords? All right. Is there any words in there that may be on the forbidden list?
No, it's all been
Okay.
really positive messages, and that's also what I put in my ticket. So Rabbit Inc. will try and figure it out. I'm going to have them email me back to follow up. So please be patient with us, and we are going to feature some comments and stuff from you that you want to highlight, because we can still see them in StreamYard here and pick up some of them. So
we'll
sorry,
highlight
guys.
your comments.
Yeah, thank you for
those
being patient.
And for those of you who are not getting your comments highlighted as much, please understand we're doing it because YouTube is removing them. Um,
Oh, Rabbit Ink does it because he or she is shy. Okay, we get it.
well, we've had a lot of people having that problem lately. Okay, guess what?
Yeah.
We
We
have
just
a
wanted to
huge
make
negative.
sure that you were that it was not a problem with our chat or something.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we just want to make sure that you feel comfortable here too as well, because we're a pretty positive community. So just thanks for being here. And also, if you have a specialty, or if you have anything we like to learn from each other. So that's another cool thing that we like to do. We learn things in the chat. So thanks, Rabbit Ink. And hopefully one day you will feel comfortable with just kind of chatting with us, and just feel that out at your own pace. And thank you for being here. We really appreciate it. Okay, sorry guys, we'll get going.
No, thank you very much. This is why I love my mods, because we are accepting of everybody. And one thing that people learn about this particular YouTube channel. Sorry, I got to do it. Oh, I hate it when they fall. I am very, very much an advocate and supporter of disability and people with different abilities. And I am opening this up. I'm trying to open up the YouTube forum to make it more friendly for those with different abilities. And so it's very, 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 very important to me that we respect everybody's abilities and limitations. And so if you share with us, like I'm shy, I'm taking them out or whatever, we will love you and appreciate whatever. We work with everybody.
Yeah. So
The
just thanks
1220
for
negatives
being
should be counted as 4
honest
due
with
to
us.
each write-up. We will do that. You're so right. And we're getting ready to read that now. So add 4 negatives for this one.
Okay.
Because there are 4.
Thank you,
Okay.
00.
Yes, thank you.
Is that how you say it? 000? Okay, sorry. Just let us know in the chat. Continue. Sorry.
So let's dive into this. On December 20th, just 5 days before Christmas, you get your knickers in a knot? Oh, come on, girl. At approximately hours, I instructed inmate Boone, you left out the time, to prepare for downtown court. Oh, instead of getting dressed, I observed her talking in the bunk area. I gave her verbal order for her to cease the negative behavior. And again, get ready. Inmate Boone then stated to me, I can try to move faster, but there it is. Sorry. Oh, I gotta take a breath. My sorry.
I can try and move faster, but I will tell you now, I have my cycle and I can't possibly get dressed and brush my teeth that fast.
It should be noted that inmate Boone stood at the officer's desk for an extended period of time, refusing to leave after being given multiple orders due to the downtown court being escorted prior to inmate Boone being properly dressed. She was left on standby for the next group. Inmate Boone stayed at my desk and became belligerent and demanding to speak to a supervisor. I gave multiple loud, clear verbal orders to inmate Boone to return to her bunk and wait until the next escort, to which she refused.
I am not going anywhere until I speak to a supervisor. You work for me. I should be very respectful. Wait. You work for me and should be very respectful to me, as I had to change 7 pads this morning. If I don't make it to court this morning, do you not understand what's going to happen to you?
Oh, shit.
Welcome, Lindsay Bay.
Oh, you came in right at the right time.
Mm-hmm.
Whew. Inmate was again ordered to cease her negative behavior or discipline would be progressive. Inmate Boone eventually complied. Inmate Boone will be receiving negative for the following negatives earned. Failure to follow written verbal orders to staff. Insolence backtalk towards staff members. Using abrasive and obscene language and gestures. Loud talk or unnecessary noise in lockdown. Bitch, please. What? What are you laughing at?
Oh, I'm just laughing at the whole situation and Kirsty Ann. I just like her comment here. The holy poop comment.
Oh, we're not using the rainbow poop. We're doing the real poopy today.
Yeah, we're doing the real poop because that's what's hitting the wall right now. There's no magical poop to this crap.
Inmate. Oh. Were we having a bad raggy day? Were you having a bad raggy day? Oh, darling, if I would have handcuffed that girl, throw her in solitary. Oh, honey child. And I'd just let I'd just let the river flow. Let it go. Let it go. Okay, that's gonna give a whole new connotation to let it go.
Oh God.
7 in the morning. I gotta tell you something, Miss Boone. I was rated. You know how women rate their monthly blessings, and I was so bad that it was 2 teapawns and a pad every 3 hours at night.
Yikes.
Yeah, I had a lot of problems. So for you to go through 7 of them in a matter of a few hours, once again, your shit's so deep.
Yeah.
Oh.
What was she doing with those?
Grandma came to visit her in a little red suitcase case.
What? The what? Hey, Swan.
Oh. Don't make me have to go to little girl's room.
Okay, sorry. We had to have a little stop there. Okay. You guys didn't need to hear me laughing and coughing. That was great.
I can't hear you laugh, so I don't know.
Oh no, I mute myself every once in a while if I'm gonna laugh and cough at the same time because I'm nobody wants to hear that. But
I don't even hear myself laugh, so I don't even sound like. Okay, moving on. January 4th. I mean, what? Yes.
Oh. Yeah, and you know what? There's been a lot of reports, a lot of studies done that they say women's monthlies
Blessings
are more painful than heart attacks, and so men just sometimes a lot of the time don't understand that it's actually quite something that you have to deal with every 3 or 4 weeks. And yeah, anyway, it's an interesting study. So it's I think that's why a lot of women do have cardiac issues and end up passing from that because we may not
we don't recognize
be
it because our
notified of
signs
the
are different.
pain. Yeah, we have a different pain tolerance a lot of the time with childbirth and everything. So anyway, sorry guys,
No, good point. And the interesting thing is I told my daughter, I said, back in my day, most of you don't know I'm old enough to be your mother, or some of you grandmother. But back in my day, we didn't have excuses in schools to get medications, and it's easier nowadays. And I remember
Mm. How did so the depot shots worked for you, hey? That's good. Oh, did Ada freeze? We may have lost Ada for a moment. I'm not quite sure. Yeah. Okay, let's see if Ada is coming back. Just give me a second, ladies and gentlemen. She's going to be back momentarily. Her computer just went down, so you're going to have to deal with me for a moment. Women are tough. You know what? And the women of my family are like the glue. So it's really interesting because I think the women of my family are really the backbone, and they are the ones that kind of keep things together. And so I really admire a lot of the women in my family, and I'm sure you guys do as well. It's just interesting once you grow up a bit and you realize like maybe what your mother or your parents had done for you, and you appreciate it a lot more or a bit more. Hey, you.
Hey, I don't know what happened. I know we've had rain and stuff going on around us. So I apologize for that, guys. I really, really do. I'm so sorry. But let me share
No
screen
problem.
again.
I was just we were talking about how women are like the glue or the backbone of the family. And so they're just very strong. And I kind of marvel at the women in my family. And as I've grown up, I appreciate them more. So anyway, yeah.
Yep. Okay. So,
Everyone,
trial
let's get
for Donald Adelson hearing. Okay, can you please make sure that we have that in Discord, Ronnie, please? I think we do, but just to make sure. Okay, here we go. The next negative contact is January 4th of 2023. Shakedown conducted in B dorm. And once again, Miss Sarah Boone has found to be in possession of blue uniforms.
What's with her and contraband uniforms? Like contraband pants of all things.
Oh, don't forget, I'm not gonna blow this, but remember, she does something with them and gets in trouble. In the future, inmate was given opportunity shower and refused. Oh, refused. Negative. Item found in inmate's possession during B dorm shakedown: 1 towel, 36 slices of cheese. Collected from the bag meals. Contraband comes. Okay, here's the thing.
And properly disposed of.
Well, let me. I don't know. Well, it's
cheese
usually
is worth a
powdered
lot.
eggs, toast, bacon.
I don't know if it would
grits.
get funky though.
Here's the thing. Cheese is very big in the bartering and trading and for payment, because you know how they like to make their little prison concoction cakes and fake. They'll take chips and try to get contraband cheese and put it on top, kind of make it like a fake burrito nacho with mustard. Yeah. So that is and people will use that as form as payment. So she is paying people off. So hence why she wanted
Sounds like she's paying a lot of people off.
No, this is that cheap, crappy stuff that doesn't go bad. It's like government cheese, if y'all are old enough to remember what that is.
Processed, yeah. Processed.
So in March 10th, shakedown conducted in B dorm, inmate Boone was found in possession of extra towel. She had excess amounts of notes and paper attached to her bunk, which is considered destroyed, altering, or damaging or defacing government property, including graffiti. Per inmate handbook, inmate was advised that if she was to happen again, she would be sent to the L dorm under the pending DR status negative earned. You are not allowed to affix anything to anything. Informational inmate Boone advised that she was exiting the shower. Inmate Lovett called out something to her because of the ongoing issue between both. Oh, we have another issue, inmate. Love it. Inmates, I told inmate Boone to stay to herself and away from inmate Lovett, as inmate Lovett was advised to do the same. And once again, refusing. On this day of Wednesday, April 19th, inmate Boone verbally refused breakfast and allotted distribution time. So, in other words, she wasn't there, so she was refused. She did get a positive contact for volunteering. Information. Okay, don't have to worry about that. That's informational. What?
Oh, 000 is said,
Oh.
I live in Florida and accidentally left a pack of American singles on the counter. Was away for 2 nights. Came home and the cheese was funky. I love people. It's just life. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Inmate did get another positivity thing for volunteering to work in the dorm. She did it again on May 22nd, and then again on the 6th, due to regular B dorm trustee being in court, she popped up. Well, do you know what? That's probably, yeah, inmates don't do anything for free. So she's popping up for people to earn either
to replace the cheese, I think.
that or, but what I'm thinking is, in other words, I'm going to do this for you, but you owe me. And then they sit there and do something that's not supposed to be done. Inmate Boone submitted several inmate request forms to speak with me. Inmate Boone asked that I address her concerns about the earbuds that were collected with her radio during shakedown. In Bravo Dorm, the earbuds were replaced, and inmate Boone was satisfied. Is that even humanly possible? Oh gosh, this is long, so we need to read it. Positive inmate Boone has been great asset to me over the last 2 days. She's worked diligently in maintaining cleanliness at the dorm due to the injury to the dorm trustee's finger. Inmate Boone also worked nonstop in cleaning laundry, restocking toiletries, and making supply lists.
Did we lose Ada again? We may have lost Ada again. I'm very sorry, guys. This does not usually happen, but I know that they had previously been doing some fiber optic work in her area, so this may be ramifications of that. So we can continue to talk about Sarah's interest in cheese. Oh my gosh, court is going to be a jester show. Okay, great. You're back.
Well, I think what's happening is let me double check the weather. We've had a lot of pop-up showers coming on around here, and sometimes it affects the internet. Yeah, we got a lot of pop-up showers, so I apologize, but just hang on. StreamYard keeps you guys going, and I'll pop back in. Y'all are doing great. Thank you so much. I apologize.
Yeah, so the court needs a jester, Ronnie. That's what I've decided. And of course it's going to be her because there's nobody who's a bigger joke. That woman is some kind of comical. I just don't know what kind of funny she is. She's a wild card, that's for sure. That is what she is. Most certainly.
I am getting very frustrated with this, y'all. Is, but there's nothing I can do about it. So just you got Miss Sneaky over there able to hold down the fort. because I
Yeah.
couldn't do it without her. Um,
I
yeah,
have
I live
also
out in
been
the middle.
unable to find anything on with Boone's surgery, so unfortunately
Okay.
HIPAA has kept that quiet as of yet.
Too bad they couldn't just show her mouth shut.
I'm sure they were tempted while she was under.
I know, right? Okay, so you didn't. I was in the middle of that information. No major thing. Okay, so down here, this information is thick. So let's look on 825 of 23. Upon arrival to the dorm, the shift change passed on from A2 shift officer Vasquez was that inmate Boone had a visitation at 3 p.m. today with visitor Matthew Johnson, and it was disconnected. Officer Vasquez advised me that she contacted visitation, but no one answered. Inmate Boone approached the desk and informed me of the information above. It apparently at 1929 hours, I contacted the visitation via landline and spoke with the video visitation supervisor Stanford. I inquired about the reason why inmate Boone video visitation was disconnected. Stanford advised me that the visitor, Matt Johnson, a reporter, misrepresented himself and must go through proper channels in order to conduct a video visitation. Inmate Boone was informed. Inmate Boone asked who was the supervisor I spoke to, and I advised her that I am not able to give her the supervisor's name, but the supervisor's name will be documented in the inmate notebook. This is for informational purposes only. So, yeah, when you do inmate visitation, first of all, whether it's video or in person, you have to be on their approved list. Then they put the name on the list, then the prison vets them and then approves or not approves them, because you can't be communicating with felons, you can't be communicating with certain entities, and news media has to have a special approval. Then positive, of course, receive positive conduct for assisting in dorm duties. Wham, wham, wham. Negative on 9/9 of 23. Gosh, we're moving through this. Day room dorm expectations were given to all inmates verbally when the day room opened. During and after lunch, all inmates were ordered to have a personal property kept in the inmate property drawer. All inmates were given a chance to correct the issues before a visual check was conducted. Inmate Boone did not comply with the verbal order, so she was locked down in her bunk for 30 minutes.
Wee.
Inmate Boone was moved from bunk 36B to 4B due to her consistently disregard for dorm rules. Inmate Boone property was found in another inmate bunk. She was informed previously that the negative behavior would not be tolerated. Now let's think about this. Some inmates don't have much property, so their bunks, their lockers are not as full. So if she has a bunch of cheese, she can pay them in cheese to keep some of her stuff in their bunk.
And Christina Pena was the person who was keeping her stuff in the locker before.
Mm-hmm.
So we should look into her. I have her number written down, so I'll try and give it to Ronnie, see if Ronnie can find something on it.
Yeah,
Because I'd be interested in who she is.
exactly. So that was a negative. Another negative, Boone moved from, okay, there. Then we have another negative. I mean, it's like bam, bam, bam. While conducting a shakedown, inmate Boone's 15 paper clips, 30 pieces of cheese, 3 empty brown bags, 10 pieces of bread, 10 spoons, 6 bra straps, 5 twisty ties, 1 extra pillow, 10 cups, 6 whole gloves, 40 cut up gloves, 20 clear bags, several pieces of blue tape, 20 empty chip bags, 7 bottles was found in her possession. She also had in her property in another inmate locker, inmate Pena, which I questioned about it. She admitted to it. What the hell are you doing? What? How do you even get that many gloves? And those are clear we're talking the cleaning gloves.
No.
That's why. Oh, that's why she's
Or
volunteering, guys.
medical.
Ding, 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 ding,
Oh.
ding, 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 ding. Here it goes. Oh, that's why she's volunteering, because she can sneak an extra pillowcase. She can sneak the extra cups, the gloves, the clear bags, all of that stuff she gives access to when she volunteers to clean.
Paper clips. Think about what paper clips could be made into. That's
Oh,
like
yeah,
a
they
really
make 'em
useful
into-
material.
One of the number one things is tattoo guns.
Mm-hmm.
They really sharpen the end on concrete and make it like a needle. All of these things here, she gets access to one level, except for the paper clips. I don't know how she's getting that, but most of that other stuff is accessible. So if you read up above how she reorganized everything and did all that, and now they find all this in her possession, I wouldn't let her anywhere near that anymore. So something's going on in there that she's paying people off for. Could be protection. I mean, that happens a lot. But you're sitting here with all of this,
Ronnie says she's
gloves?
already looking. She was already looking for Christina Pena. Ronnie would love you.
Can anybody guess why rubber gloves would be very valuable in prison?
No fingerprints?
No. If you cut the fingertips off, you can put illegal drugs or contraband, tie a knot, and swallow it, and then expel it.
Yeah. Interesting.
That's how they can move. And they can also move drugs that way. So she is getting the gloves. If you notice, 6 whole gloves and 40 cut up gloves. So that's 40 times 5 is how many. So she could sell those for commissary or trade them for commissary to those who were dealing. And then they can put their drug and contraband in them. And then that's how it's
200.
transported through the jail. Or also they can fish it through the line of the toilet. So they hook it to a line and put a little something to weight it, like paper clips, bunch of paper clips. Then you put the little finger thing with contraband, and they can flush it down, and then someone can pump their toilet and pull it back up through.
Gotcha.
Yeah. When the officer's away from the desk, does she pretend to clean that area and steal the paint? Yes, exactly.
Mhm.
And the 12 empty chip bags, that's something else that they can store products in. Empty bottles, same thing. So this is all making sense. This one is learning. She's learned. She's a conning.
She's learned the system. She's learned the ecosystem. She's become part of it now. She was smart. We knew she was smart, right? And she obviously isn't getting the crap kicked out of her, so she made a place for herself. But interesting. We've now got, that's the juicy part, really.
Yeah.
Okay, what was the date on that? It was October of 2023.
On what?
Oh, when they found all of the
9/19,
oh,
9/19/23. 9/19.
just because then by that time, like she's fully acclimatized to prison by September 2023.
Oh,
So
she's been doing this all along. You read all the other things. And why do you?
We're just like trying to piece together everything, but now that it's all.
My ding 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 ding's going off in my head. Do you know why the ketchup and the mustard in those packets? Because you will take the glove that's filled with contraband and you will coat it in that condiment to make it easier to swallow.
Oh, interesting. There you go. Me thinking it was a boom boom, and it probably was not.
Oh, you can still do boom booms.
Yeah, well, yeah, but just
it could be
I was
both.
probably going like way too. I was thinking too much about it.
Mm-mm.
Well, it could be, but you never know.
But here's, do you
I
know
think
why it could be little
you're
boom
more on the
booms?
ball with that.
Do you know why it may be on the little boom booms?
Mm.
Because sometimes you need a little boom boom to dislodge the dirt and the gravel out from underneath the picnic table, for example. And you need something to make it go, and then you can hide contraband and then repack the dirt. Okay.
Hmm.
Sounds like I've been in prison, but I haven't. Oh, she's got a positive on 10/27, a positive on 11/11. But then again on 11/14, she's got another negative this day on November 14th. Inmate Boone was issued a personal hygiene razor. Inmate Boone returned it completely unaltered. Then why? Is there negative contact?
I'm sneaky, but she is sneaky. Yeah, she's like truly sneaky. I'm just not actually sneaky.
Ooh, we got a big
Holy
one.
crap, this one
January
looks
9th.
juicy.
Yeah, well, that's worth a chime right there. I think that's definitely worth a chimer. While conducting the mail cart, legal mail inmate Boone received legal mail which had to be split into 3 different stacks. I explained the mail cart process to inmate Boone and that I would be splitting her papers up into 3 stacks due to the size. All pages are scanned and printed. It should be noted that one of the paper pages in the stack of the papers became jammed in the printer. I proceeded to clear the jam of one piece of paper document. I proceeded to rescan and reprint the second stack of papers that had jammed. Inmate Boone then stated,
How do I know I received all my papers?
I scanned and reprinted the entire stack of papers. Therefore, you have all the papers.
Inmate Boone proceeded to say,
Well, how do I know that all the papers are in order?
I told inmate Boone that I had her order. I told inmate Boone that I had her place her papers, documents facing downward. You watch me take, scan, and print 3 stacks of papers in order leading from back to front of the stacked papers. I showed inmate Boone the front and back pages of each stacked paper so she could see the order of papers were in. Inmate Boone was not satisfied. Really? That's news to us. So, I lost my place.
You're welcome, Rabbit Ink. Are you taking off, or are you gonna stay with us for a little bit longer? If you're taking
Well,
off, we really appreciate you coming
We're
by.
almost, yes, if you are taken off, we are almost done. Inmate Boone did not want me to share the original copies of her mail. Inmate Boone began to sort her papers out on the mail cart. I instructed Inmate Boone to return to her dorm to sort out the papers. Inmate Boone stated,
Are you really going to shred my original documents?
I told her yes, that's a part of the mail cart process. Inmate Boone was upset and does not appear to understand the mail cart process. All original pages were shredded, negative contact. Oh, positive contact, and it's a big write up. Let's see. Oh, she was a tremendous help for the entire weeks. Offered to assist in cleaning. We're gonna have another one of those kind of contraband days. Specifically required to conduct cleaning throughout the dorm workers because she had a unique way of keeping everything organized. I bet she's storing her stuff. And there's no confusion during the process. Inmate Boone voluntary cleaned the drainage ducts on the A and B recreation yards to remove all their clutter. What was she getting out of that? If I'm an inmate, if I'm a prison guard and somebody agrees or volunteers to do a job like that, I'm going to be hovering over her because I bet you 10 to 1's odd there's something there she's going to pick up. She assisted with lunch, dinner the entire week, very pleasant throughout the process. Boone's very respectful and always polite when engaging with staff. Her hard work and dedication throughout the process, she earned a positive. Marcy Himes, I don't think you know this girl because you put a lot of positive stuff, but everybody else is negative. Just saying. Information: inmate requests to join the Into Work program, as seen in the most recent inmate newsletter via IRF. Inmate would be notified that accelerated training are only available to sentenced inmates, and that into that Into Work is not available for female inmates, but that she requests to join an approved program if interested. She collects the clutter and distributes it with the meals, maybe. She's got a system. Inmate Boone was instructed to remove her court documents out of, okay, now we are into uh July of this year. Okay? So now, during drug shakedown and B dorm, found extra set of blues and pins and extra towels. So now we are in the court process of this year, and this is when she starts getting all of her stuff. Inmate Boone was instructed to remove her court documents out of the property drawer for bunk number 5. She was keeping some of her documents in there, knowing that on a previous dorm shakedown, she got in trouble for the same thing. I gave inmate Boone a directive to remove all of her property out of the drawer and place it in her own drawer. After completion of the dorm shakedown, inmate Boone was told to place some of her things in property if she could not keep it in her own property drawer. Inmate Boone on the 10th of July had conversation with senior CCO Goodwin in B dorm while I was exiting the unit from Class B. Inmate Boone stopped me and had questions about how she will be able to fill out her voter ballot due to being sent to Tampa and due to the legal mail being scanned in. Ms. Goodwin explained to her that the voting by absentee ballot process and tried to give inmate Boone the registration paper. But inmate Boone refused to fill out the form. Inmate Boone then requested to speak to Captain D. Giovanni. She filled out an inmate request form regarding her issue with the voting process. On 7/15/24, a meeting was held with my supervisor, Ms. Battles, and she confirmed that the inmate Boone will be able to vote. Inmate Boone must fill out the absentee ballot and put it in the appropriate address on it. Senior CCO Goodwin will pass this information to inmate Boone today. Information. On 7/10, inmate S. Boone submitted an IRF regarding the concern that she has with receiving an absentee ballot since the OCJ moved to electronically receiving mail. On 7/15/24, the SCCO Goodwin advised inmate Boone that as long as she used the P.O. Box 4970, Orlando, Florida 3282 address to receive her vote by mail ballot, she would receive it in hand, not electronically. I explained that her ballot will be delivered to the OCJ mailroom and forwarded to her to complete and return via mailroom to the supervisor of electronics office. Inmate Boone stated that she previously provided the Office of Elections, the P.O. Box 4970, Florida, Orlando, Florida, 32802 address, but was advised to fill out another absentee ballot request to P.O. Box address. Inmate Boone filled out the Orange County vote by mail request form and was placed in a self-addressed stamped envelope. She raised a concern that there was no postage on the self-addressed envelope, but it was assured that her mail would be posted through the U.S. postage meter machine. The self-addressed envelope containing her absentee ballot was placed in the inmate mailbox located at the FDC lobby at 1404 on 7/15. What? Well, here's the thing. She's not convicted yet. Until she gets a federal conviction, That's why she can continue to vote. She's innocent until proven guilty. Inmates can vote until they reached a certain, I think, a federal, or even certain federals can. I don't know why. Inmate Bunk was checked and negative. Inmate Bunk was checked by Captain DuPont during her supervisory tour. Inmate Boone was in possession of 3 towels, 2 pillowcases, 2 sheets. All extra items can confiscate. Inmate Boone has a medical note for an extra pillow that expired 2 years ago. 2 years ago. Inmate Boone was counseled on her excessive items. Her locker advised to make sure that all of her property fits in one locker, and whatever doesn't is sent to property. Inmate Boone understand negative earned. Holy Moses. It's pre-conviction. Did you hear that?
I
got
did.
2
Yeah.
negatives since you've been
2.
gone.
Yes.
2.
Thank you.
I'm like, what? Okay, guys. Now, the laptops as of 8/6 start arriving and getting put into place. We have already seen this one. I'm looking for negatives now because a lot of this just has to do with the laptop being checked in and out. Negative conduct.
And not
Inmate
being
Boone,
charged.
yeah. Inmate Boone was advised not to wear her altered inmate blues uniform to downtown court.
She
Yeah,
has
she
to
got
look good for court. Maybe she should have been nice to the girls that braid hair.
ah.
Fucking bitch. Sorry.
Oh no! Just keep the f uckin. Uckin. You can do uckin. The B word's fine.
Uckin.
The uckin is not if you put the f in front of it. Okay,
Okay, good to know.
so we have that one right there in white. Then we have a gray. While inmate Boone appeared for her scheduled court appearance, it was discovered by the CRSO that Boone had altered her county-issued blues with staples along the seam of her pants legs. Inmate Boone was also counseled for this negative behavior and informed her that her blues were considered contraband and issued more blues. Blues. Am I blue? She will be, because we gonna get into the uniform controversy here in a minute.
Mhm.
Okay, so all of this is property bag. Now, look here on 8/14. Inmate Boone was given a second 2 property bags to secure her discovery documents and manila envelopes. So now she has 3 property bags, guys. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Here on 8/15, notified the staff that she was not going to use the laptop because she was unable to get internet. Inmate Boone stated that she will let staff know when she's ready for the laptop. No, you come at this time to this time. You pick it up here, you turn it in. We're not going to sit here and it's available at 8 a.m. and then you come at 1 and get it, and we're in the middle of something. You get it here, you bring it back here. It's a twice a day interaction, not back and forth when it's not supposed to be. Okay, let's listen to this. Now, this is information. On Friday, 16th, approximately 7:30 hours morning, I informed inmate Boone that the laptop will be made available to utilize between hours of 8 in the morning to 4. Is it 4? Yeah, 4 in the afternoon. Okay. And approximately 7:42 hours in the morning, the laptop arrived. Then on 8/16 at 10:41 a.m. on Friday 16th, inmate Boone requested an extra small uniform shirt verbally. Also, inmate requested form. Inmate Boone complains that the small uniform shirt issued to her is an improper fit. It's too big. Inmate Boone complains that the small uniform shirts are revealing. I can I contacted Uniform Supply, and I was informed that the smallest uniform shirt is a small. They don't have extra smalls. Inmate Boone requested to receive an extra small shirt prior to her meetings on Saturday. Now, the meeting on Saturday is where she did the evidence review for her trial, which now they're going to have to do again for her new attorney.
Maybe she just wanted to look good for the judge. Maybe she thought that would help.
I don't know. Maybe
You
she's
never
looking
know
for-
with this woman.
I was going to say you never know. Maybe she's looking for the next victim. Inmate Boone requested a smaller inmate top due to the meeting scheduled for her case. I asked Inmate Boone what size top she currently had on, and she informed me a small. I informed Inmate Boone the size small was the smallest inmate uniform top the FDC had to offer. Inmate Boone requested that I look for her a different small, as they may fit smaller than the small that she was wearing. I informed Inmate Boone I would not look for her a smaller small. She was informed to wear the t-shirt or thermal under the top if she felt it was too big and might show too much. Now, when we looked at her in court, that small to me was too small because it showed every roll and nut and tuck that girl had. Just saying. Okay, I'm not going to read through. This is all the laptop stuff.
Bigger size
I'm not
might
gonna
have been
worry
more
about-
flattering.
Uh-huh.
A bigger size might have been a little bit more flattering. Not to say that, prison uniforms are, but just might drape a bit nicer.
Yep. On August 17th of 24, inmate Boone was on the interview with a professional visitor, i.e. attorney, or somebody of that, or the attorney's assistant or something, whatever. The visitor informed staff that he had a legal mail for inmate Boone. Sergeant Dunn and Corporal Hall and I searched inmate Boone property. During the search, the following items were amongst her legal mail: paper clips, staples, clear Ziploc bags, one written tablet, staples attached. During the search, inmate Boone became argumentative and questioned staff why her property was being searched. And I explained to inmate Boone that it's a subject that she is subject to search at any time. She was not receptive. I wouldn't think she would be. This is all stuff have to do with her stuff. This down here in the gray was when this is all right. As to dorm officer, I'm aware that inmate Boone is to receive a laptop per a set schedule. I'm also aware that she tends to use it frequently. However, I noticed today she didn't ask for it since my arrival to shift. I then asked if she would like to utilize the laptop privileges, in which she said,
Yes, I've been wanted to use it, but you didn't ask me. I was told that you guys are to ask me if I want to use it, and I'm not to ask any questions. Really? Really? Seriously? Please.
it should be noted that inmate Boone has been briefed by staff regarding her laptop usage since the first received it, and it's also asked the dorm officers for it if she would like to use it. Again, she did not notify me that she'd like to use it at any time since my arrival to shift. She received the laptop, and CP Warden was notified. Moments later, while I was conducting a visual inspection, she stated to me that the laptop was low battery, to which I looked and confirmed it was. Inmate Boone then requested an OP60 statement form stating,
This is the third time in a row that it's been given to me with a dead battery. It's supposed to be charged. May I have the statement form that they give you guys to document when I don't use a laptop? I want to write about the laptop consistently being dead.
She was given the form, blah, 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 wham, 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 wham. This is basically reiterating the pro se and her pissing and moaning about the laptop. Oh,
Oh, hey yo, actions taken.
I
And
know,
if she
baby.
acts like this in an institution where they can like reprimand her, what did she act like in her relationship? Like, gosh, that scares the crap out of me.
Yeah.
Honestly, it does.
Do you know what? I worked at the state hospital and they behave better than her. A lot of
Mhm.
them.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Okay, let's see what this has to say. Corporal Pagan and I, oh, what a name, Pagan, and I engaged in discussion with inmate Boone at the FDC briefing room regarding several matters. We addressed the proper channels for submitting request form, emphasizing that they should be directed to the housing officer, shift supervisor, rather than the county legal counsel, Scott Chevenol, and Captain D. Giovanni. Okay. Now, if you go back, and I don't remember which one, I wish I could find it. Remember that video conference they had when she was pro se and they were going through all of her requests?
Mm-hmm.
This Scott Chevenel is the
And
legal counsel that was telling her, putting her in her place. I'm not your counsel. I'm the counsel for this. I'm not answering your questions. Remember that?
right. And I have seen Giovanni's name. Oh, sorry. Giovanni.
I go D. Actually, Noah Giovanni. Just forget about the Giovanni. D.
Giovanni.
Yeah.
And so I've seen Captain Di Giovanni.
Just call GD. DG.
DG.
Captain DG.
Yeah.
You don't want to mess with her.
It's funny because there's like a comedian in Canada called Deborah Di Giovanni, and I can say it when it's her name. But Captain Di
I'm sorry then.
Giovanni. Oh,
You can't
okay.
say
Well,
it.
I can apparently say it then, but just not when I'm reading it because that's
Yeah.
too much. When you read
Yeah.
it, it's harder.
Yeah.
Okay, my brain gets scooped on it. It gets weird.
I can't look at it. So anyway, they had some very hostile moments. And he goes, well, you're the one that fired 8 or whatever attorneys, and you're the one that put yourself in this position. No other inmate gets all the stuff that you're requesting. They get extra pens and paper and access to that laptop, and you're wanting internet and da 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 da. And it was priceless. So let's see if this has to do with any of that. We address the proper channels for submitting. Okay. Action taken. Inmate Boone, who has been incarcerated since 2020, is already well acquainted with established procedures conform to her understanding of them. Inmate Boone expressed a desire to have a tablet available to her throughout the day. She wants the computer, the tablet, the hard drive, and 3 thumb drives, along with the internet and a phone and a classroom to set up office. I kid you not. Action. We certified that tablets are accessible to all inmates on standard schedule 7 days a week to ensure reasonable access without the need for further action. The inmate also requested writing materials such as pens and papers and replenishment as necessary. Action. Request denied at my level and escalated to the appropriate authority who's providing guidance and compliance with our policies, i.e. the attorney. Inmate Boone was directed to request her items via inmate request form to the law library department. No further action required. Note, inmate Boone demonstrated a willingness to engage during her dialogue. However, she consistently paraphrases my statements while introducing details that were not either mentioned nor implied. Consequently,
Gaslighting.
I concluded the conversation and dismissed inmate Boone back to her unit due to her patronizing tone, her persistent indicating of her invitation to file motions with judge to assign to her case. I missed a line. Persistent misrepresentation of my remarks and informed I aim to communicate. Ultimately, inmate Boone expressed her disagreement with my stance and decision making, indicating her intention to file a motion to the judge assigned to her case.
That is pretty much him saying, she tried to gaslight me.
Yep.
In the plainest terms possible, which is amazing. Like, that's fantastic. That's a
With
fantastic
that, ladies
way
and
to
gentlemen, we're done. Now, that was through August. Okay. But we have had some of the other later ones.
We want to say a special thank you to the Truth Fairy who gave
Yes.
us those documents. And
And
we
I
very
will
much enjoyed them.
And now I will put them on Discord. I'll give them to Toxic Orchid, and I'm going to pass those on to RA and some other people. Oh, man.
Thank you, everyone who joined us
yes.
to check out these
No.
documents.
Oh.
They were fun.
Oh, case one. No, she did not. Oh, my Lightroom stuff. I'm so jealous. Images by Yvonne. I miss Lightroom. I enjoy going in there after a stressful day. Sometimes just sitting there smelling it. It's like safe place. Happy place. Okay, let's talk about a few things. Okay, so I find it interesting that, hold on. Oh, my neck. My head is starting to come down, the low roar. If you notice, I have the glasses back on. Let's talk about a few things. So,
Thank you, Rabbit Ink.
how many? Oh, wait. Hey, Siri. How many days is it between January 1st of 2020 to today's date?
It's 1,705 days.
How many negatives?
Okay, I found this on the web. For how many negatives? Check it out.
Here, Siri, stop.
There's nothing to stop here.
Then shut up.
Winnie Bly, thank you very much for joining us. We really appreciate you coming by. We're glad that you found it fascinating because we definitely did as well. Feel free
Thank
to
you
stop
so
by.
much.
We love having people pop by to see us. So
Yes, we do.
Yeah. Images by Yvonne is organizing 300,000 plus pictures.
Been
And
there,
that is like
done that.
that gives me almost like a panic attack.
That's when you hire photography students and you tell them what to do. Sit back and watch them stress.
I'm sending good thoughts and positivity to you, Yvonne, because that's a lot. It's a lot.
So, how many negatives were there?
Okay, there is 56. I might be off by like one or two, but 56. And then there were
every 30 days on average there was a negative. That's a lot. Okay, how many positive?
18 positives.
And every 95 days there's a positive.
So I might be a little bit off of my numbers, but those are generally what the ratio would be. And that's fascinating for Sarah Boone.
So she's had that many negatives. I am floored. I understand that she's got a lot of negatives, but wow.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Sarah, you didn't disappoint, and we know that there's probably some things that did not make it into those notes. So,
I'm sure there's a whole lot more corrections that didn't. I mean, because they
Mhm.
do give warnings and stuff. They only write the worst of it. But and what surprised me is she's not pissed off somebody to the point that they didn't beat her to a bloody pulp.
True.
I'm got to be real on
Hi,
this. I mean,
Diane.
okay,
Oh, Diane, you
you
missed a
got to go
lot,
back and
Ada.
watch.
Yeah, fill her in just briefly, Ada. Sorry, yeah, you just took a gulp of coffee.
We, thanks to the truth fairy that Miss Beautiful over here coined the phrase, has blessed us with day one up into towards the end of August of this year. Behavioral notes on Miss Sarah Boone, good, bad, and indifferent. There were 55, you said, negatives, and
56,
18,
yeah,
56.
roughly.
Why don't we round it to 60 just in case we missed a few?
Yeah, and I can always go back in the document and try and like firm up
Well,
that
but
number.
but then some of them had multiple within one. So if you were to take each complaint,
I only counted one if it was like within the same comment. So if you wanted to count like more than one with those, then that would be even more.
oh, a lot more. But
Yeah.
the thing is here is the highlights of what this woman struggles with. Number one at the top of the list is keeping her mouth shut in the dorm. Number two, hoarding things for like 30 to 36 slices of cheese, gloves, towels, pillowcases, uniforms, all these things that she's not supposed to have, which people couldn't understand. And I went, oh, ding, 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 ding. She is
Mhm.
very much acclimated to the prison life because she is helping the drug cartel. And I know I can get in trouble for saying that. I'm after 3 hours, but
Yeah.
the people in the jail that like to move illegal medications back and forth, because she had rubber gloves that she cut the fingertips off of, and she can sell those to the trafficking. She had ketchup packets and mustard packets that can do one of two things: make small boom booms, and that's why the foil bags that the potato chip stuff
Chips
come
are
in.
in. Yeah.
Yep, and then the second, or they can make little fires out of it to heat things
Mhm.
up to make shanks and stuff. And then the other reason is they can put contraband in the glove, in the little fingers of the glove, tie a knot, dip it in the ketchup and mustard, and swallow it, and then expel it later. Hide things from getting when they do the shakedowns. A lot of times they'll squeeze the packet, swallow it, flush the packet. So definitely able to do all that. I missed the treasure trove. Yeah, I didn't know you were on the third hour. Yeah. Gosh, it went by
Definitely go
quick.
back if you have some time. Sarah was found, like Ada said, with some very interesting things, and she wasn't found with like a few cut up gloves. She was found with 40 cut up gloves, which, if you times 40 by 5, that's 200 little baggies of medication.
And that,
So,
so she could sell those fingers alone for like 2 or 3 ramens per little. I mean, that's high valued. Anything that can be used to move illicit material or hide illicit material is considered the highest of value. The other thing that she had an issue was using lockers and drawers, depending on what dorm she was in. That, like, so if the bunk above her or below her was empty, she would put a lot of her stuff in that drawer or locker. And they got so fed up that they had to start locking an empty locker or an empty drawer. That woman she's a hoarder. I mean, that's what she is.
yeah.
And she's also complaining about her scrub uniform being too small, but when you look at her in court, you see every roll and bowl on that woman. and she somehow got a hold of a stapler and stapled her uniform. And then you'll see a lot of 18 good behavior, like that a girl. And what she does is, yep, swallow more up the alley. Yep.
Yeah, I think
So
so.
what happened, and also back to the finger glove things, you can get a piece of string, put 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 paper clips and kind of bond them together to make a weight. And if she's on a top bunk wanting to pass it down to, if it is a multiple floor or even a side floor, and what you do is they put notches so they can tell how far it's traveled. So if you want to go down 2 cells, and then what they do is they tie those little gloves to it like a sausage and flush it. Then the person in that particular cell will put down a string with like a hook made out of a paper clip, and they hook it in the pipe system, and they can chivvy it back and forth and transport and even hide it. Because what they can do is put a little hook to where it sits back in the toilet like this if there is a inspection. Yeah, there's all
Yeah.
kind of stuff. Yeah. So
Ronnie,
lot of
she
people
wants
were
to play. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ada.
no, you're good.
Ronnie, she wants to play the boss girl, but the OGs will put her in her place.
She
So-
wants to be what they call top dog. You know what, Miss? I have had a migraine today, Miss Kevin. I am so sorry for you. Oh,
Yes.
boo boo. Please take care of yourself.
Mhm.
Yes.
We're very happy
Yeah.
to see you, but thank you for joining us.
Stay far, far away. So,
And any of her
She-
luggage. Or baggage.
stay away from the bags, the luggage. Don't
Stay
give
away
her
from
the
her
luggage.
baggage.
Shh. Does that creep you out that much? Stay from
Oh
the
god.
the
It's
luggage.
just menacing. Her voice is just menacing.
Oh, yeah. So she has this pompous ass prima donna attitude. And you just look at her going, really? She did not seem to have as many conflict with inmates that they documented that I would think she would have had, but she has them definitely. And the other thing is that she's on her time. She could care less about the schedule of the prison or anything. Um, play hide and seek and survive. Yeah. Yep.
00. Oh, I don't know if I'm saying your name right, but you are funny.
Actually, I haven't been watching too much Netflix. I actually took a little training thing as a chaplain because that's one of the things that I can do is go into the prison systems and do chaplain ministry work. And I also had an ex-husband in jail in prison. And yeah, I have more knowledge than I care to really want to have, but it is true knowledge and it's good knowledge. But there's also she always had a lot of excess of paper, some of it cut up, excess of tissue paper. They're allowed to have a certain amount of paper in like a legal notepad type thing, and they only have so many sheets per person because there is a fire code that they have to keep when it comes to paper products, and that's why the boxes of evidence being kept in the prison at her bunk was a huge issue. But she tends to have pamphlet and flyers that she snuck into her bunk and had them torn up and cut up and some of them whole because you can make shanks. Believe it or not, paper can really, really do damage to people if it's fashioned in the right manner. She had foundation on the last day in court. It wasn't her color. Couldn't see the line around it. Yeah. They do get a little bit of that kind of stuff when they go to court, or a friend may be able, yeah. She can wear makeup and do her hair and wear regular clothing in front of the jury. And she will look a little more done up, She will have access to a curling iron if she wants to curl her hair, just like the Hannah Gutierrez Reed. I mean, but she was out. She wasn't in jail. But remember when she came back for the sentencing phase, hearing her hair was done. So they do try to allow them to make themselves a little more presentable. Question: how did Daryl Brooks deal with all of his boxes? Remember his fortress? Yeah. Oh, hi, honey. Hi, honey, boo boo. Hi. Okay,
This is
Daryl
my
Brooks
dog,
dealt with his
Poopa.
boxes and remember the fortress. Well, it depends on the state. It depends on the prison. They probably had to take it in and out from his cell. I don't know. I didn't really follow Daryl Brooks that close. But it is up to the actual warden or the captain or whatever you want to call the person in charge, depending on the prison or jail, as to who has how much. But this particular woman is strictly following the fire code. And I think she's also kind of maybe using that to tell her no. Honestly, I think she is. But here's my, um, let's see. I know Ada K, I'm not messing with you. I know you have prison experience. Yeah. Come on.
Okay.
But
Yep.
she is a wolf dressed in sheep's clothing. Yep. And, yep, definitely is. Well, okay. Now here's the thing. Brooks had a private cell. She was this is another thing. When you have concrete walls and a private cell and you have your documents, that's fine up to a certain amount, okay? But she's in a dorm. I think they have at least no, they went up to 43, so they probably have 25 bunks with 50 beds in an open room is what she's in. So they can only allow so much in that entire square footage. So it's based off of the size of space of how much paper you can have in the room. But all the other inmates are allowed to have a certain amount of their legal documents with them. But if she has the 2 boxes, then she has taken up other people's allottage. Now, they did offer her to move into a private room, which is all cinder blocked with a metal door, with the fire, thing. And that is different because it's an enclosed area. So even if there was a fire in that cell, it wouldn't spread to everybody else. It's just it's
And she would
mathematical.
still have access to
Yes.
like public areas. It wouldn't be her closed off. So
She would not be isolated. She'd still have the same rec time, the shower time, the meal time, and all that. She refused it. And I'm like, girl, take the single cell, man. You're trying to fight for your life. And she wants a private classroom that they use for activities during the day and education for her to set up an office with the phone, the internet, the computer, papers, her files, the whole thing. And they're like, no, boo boo. You can get that cell. You're not getting internet. So they offered that to her so she could keep her 2 boxes. They would request that they were not going to allow her to keep the boxes themselves, but they were going to give her file folders that she can stack and organize and envelopes.
hey, none your business.
No, they're not boxes. You cannot keep cardboard boxes, but the stacks of papers and folders she could have in an individual cell. You are right about that. But they offered her that same thing that he had. And she doesn't want to leave and that may be the other thing. She may have been paying people in some of this cheese and commissary as well, or trading some of them for assistance with her case. God only knows what that woman's doing. But here's what I'm laughing at. Yeah, she was offered a private cell. She didn't want to leave her friends after reading this. What friends? Exactly.
Never would never. That's a nightmare.
Amen. I would catch an extra charge if I was in the room with her. Listen, do you know how many inmates would sit there and they're like, I'm up for life. I'm in for life. No matter what I do, I'm here until I got a life sentence or death sentence. And no matter what I do, I ain't ever getting out of here. So I have no problem shutting that up.
My family needs some money.
Yeah.
If there's somebody paying,
I've got
Sarah
commissary and
would
everybody.
legitimately
And hey,
be.
hey, y'all, if I was in a pod with her, I'd be going then, hey, y'all, come here. Okay, guys, everybody, we all pitch in, and whoever's willing to take her out will get the pod. How much is she worth to you? Yeah. Okay, I'll put you down for 10 ramen. Okay, you. Oh, okay. Pack of cigarettes, whatever. And let's take the bitch out. Get her out of here. I'm not talking ending life, but what they do is they'll put a rock in a sock and then she's gone.
Yep.
I'll take 60 days in solitary. Sure, let me do it. When I get out, payment better be on my bunk. Because then I'm coming after
Ben,
you, dude.
you need to get one of like the math geniuses, one of like the white collar criminals in there to do like stats while you're running that, so that there's like odds and people can bet on them. And that's when things get really fun and you can really generate some capital and some attention. Oh gosh, you guys are so funny.
I don't smoke, but she'd be smoking.
Oh my gosh. You know what? With Sarah Boone, smoke him if you got him, because you'd be like, I want this to kill me quicker.
I'd want to see my poor dad. He quit cold turkey smoking because they said, if you smoke anymore, your heart can't handle it. You may die. So he gave up instantly. And he's deceased now, but I got to give that man credit. His heart
That's
ended up
really hard.
giving out on him. But one time I said, Dad, I'm so proud of you. How did you do it? This was 2 or 3 years later. And he goes, I still want 1 2 feet wide and 20 feet long, but my life is more important. And so are you. I was like, oh. So, yes. Yeah. I'm in. Oh, wait. I'm in. I'll eat nothing but prison food all year. Okay.
Now I do wonder, this new attorney has been around for 35 years, has been a prosecutor and defense, and kind of sounds like a shyster. And he sounds like a little bit shady. So I wonder if he's going to be the one who can put up with Sarah Boone. I just don't know, but I have a feeling that he could be. So you never know.
Woody Bly, and by the way, thank you for joining us. My father handed me all his smokes, and I
That's awesome.
threw them in the fire pit, and we burned them. Oh man, I was dying when she was talking about a skirt and the stun cuff and on the thigh and garter belt, and I was ready for her to say, "Hey, can we put it between the legs?" Woo! Do it again. I mean, she was trying to find a place to put it to where she could wear a skirt and still not be seen. I'm all like,
Oh my gosh.
wear dress slacks and walk around the courtroom, or you're going to be chained behind the table. I mean, like, oh my gosh. He answered her ad. Oh, he's doing this strictly for fame.
None of your business. You recently quit smoking. Good for you. I just want to say that's awesome. So good for you. And yeah, even if there are like some slip ups or whatever, that's really hard to do, and that's awesome. So I just want to say, awesome.
I know people like this too. Yep. Oh yeah.
Yep.
And you know, I have a suspicion tomorrow, 7:00 my time, right? we're going to be on with her hearing. So please, y'all come join
Her
us.
hearing is at
Please.
7 tomorrow? Okay.
Mwah. Well, what's 9 o'clock her time?
That's
my
6
time.
a.m.
She's in
my
Florida.
time.
That's
I might
so-
still get up for that. I still want to see
y'all.
the
All right. We're gonna have a pajama party. So I'm gonna bring a big pillow and put it behind me like I'm in bed, and make it look.
I'll probably
have
be
my
wearing my
blanket.
pajamas.
I'll have my.
Oh,
I'll sit here
thank
with
you,
my teddy
Double
bear
Zero. Oh,
and my blanket.
Tuesday, because tomorrow is Labor Day. You remember? We kept
Oh,
on thinking
snap!
So-
Tuesday.
Bump that.
Tuesday.
we have
Oh,
a
thank
day
you,
off
God.
tomorrow
I
because
was supposed
nothing's
to be
going to be
doing-
filed tomorrow.
Y'all, I
Right?
was supposed to be.
Theoretically, nothing should be
Yeah.
filed tomorrow.
Nothing should be filed. Well, stuff may come out. People may discover it today and tomorrow, but nothing's going to actually be posted in court tomorrow.
Yeah.
I was supposed to be doing homework today and tomorrow, but this was so good I couldn't resist. So I'm going to be doing homework all night and tomorrow night. But y'all,
We're amusing.
it is so hard to get stuff on a live that nobody else has yet. So the 27 of you who are here, you guys are hearing this before anybody else. There are 4 other people that have this information, but they've not done a live yet. You guys heard it first here. I am going to school, Images by Yvonne, for a degree in criminal justice. And I will either get a master's and a PhD in it or go to law school. It just depends on how old I am at the time, because this chick is 53 and counting. So, yeah, I'm getting a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. I'm going to go for a master's in either law school or PhD.
Mhm. Sometimes
Aussie
this
Eastern
girl
time.
gets babysat by me because she needs time to do homework, or Miss Kevin comes on because she's wonderful, and sometimes Miss
Fabulous.
Kevin has other little humans on, which is great.
Pickles, how old are you?
Eastern time.
Pickle Knits, how old are you?
Oh, I
am
would love to know.
53.
Oh, it's not delicate to ask how old someone is, though, if they are a woman. So we don't want
Woman to woman
be,
it is, but man to woman it sure in hell ain't. Yes, Pickle Knits. That's why I say to some of you that I'm old enough to be your mother and possibly grandmother, depending on how old you started and I started.
You're just my auntie. You're my auntie or my cousin.
Great auntie.
Auntie.
Oh, not old enough to be my mother. Nope. I said some of you, not all of you. Well, you may be out and about with Diane, but what I'm saying is I'm going to school again. I started college for the first time to get my degree in American Sign Language Deaf Support Specialist with all of that when I was 43. Graduated 4 years later at 47. Now I'm 53 and I'll probably graduate 55, 56 with the bachelor's in criminal justice. And but I really want to work with the disabled community in the prison system and work with the attorneys and all that kind of good stuff to help them or whatever, you know how it goes. So
You have to have some wild years to be my mom.
Hmm?
Honestly, you'd have to have some wild years to be my mom, some wild younger years. Because my parents
are
are
you?
like decades older than you.
How old are you?
I'm turning 37 this year. So, just saying, like,
Well,
my
you don't look
dad's
that. You don't
age
look
may
37.
start with a 7.
Yeah.
So, it's just
Well,
funny because it's all.
You
it's
look
all
like you're in your
relative.
20s. You look like
Well,
24.
thank you for saying that.
No, I'm serious.
But I have a really crappy camera, so I think that helps.
Oh, there is a filter that we can put on our cameras, which actually I think mine is
That
actually I think
helps.
it's on. Okay, let me. Oh, Let me
Yeah.
turn off that filter. I don't always turn the filter on, but here I am without the filter.
Okay, I will turn my filter off and then see. Oh, cool. Your sons are my age. That's awesome.
But I mean,
Okay.
people still can't
That's
believe
me
I'm
with
my age.
a touch up. So
I don't
it's
see a
less-
difference. Do you
There's
Botox?
less uniformity because you can kind of see like veininess and things like that because I'm just pale. Yeah, it just looks like they took the foundation off because I'm not wearing it.
Yeah, that's exactly what this does. It just basically, it just looks like we have makeup on. Sometimes you can kind of see up in here where I don't it look, but sometimes I don't have time. Like today, this hit my lap. This was sent to me, and I literally drove in and didn't have time to do a whole bunch of makeup, so I just put that on. Oh well, thank
You're
you
a
so much.
sweetheart. Mhm.
You're awesome.
We just we want to be
I-
completely honest in how things are. You know,
I won't
camera
deny
tricks and magic.
I will never deny if I have a filter or anything like that if asked. Okay. And another reason why I do a filter is so I don't have to put a makeup on a day like today. But when I have a full beat, which is what us makeup artists call a full face, when I have a full beat, I don't use a filter. I don't need it. Will this lawyer last through October? I have my doubts. None of your business. I actually think he may last all the way through trial because I think she has possibly grown. Oh, dag nabbit. I do this at least once every live, don't I? I drop something every live and now I don't know where it went. I just don't want to roll over it. I'll get it later. I have two more. But I think he will last because I think she finally understood how over her head she is. But Miss Sarah, attention. Miss Boone, please come to the officer station. Boone, to the officer station.
Yes, ma'am. I'm here. What do you want?
I'm here to inform you that you need to turn in your laptop, your hard drive, all 3 thumb drives, and all of your legal documentation other than one envelope to your attorney. You're no longer allowed to have access. Why? Bitch, you hired an attorney. No more privileges.
She can't do any more of that anymore. She can't have the computer in there anymore. She can't have all her files anymore. She can't check out all this stuff anymore. She can't get special attention anymore because she hired an attorney.
And I think she found someone that's like the same level of grifter or the same level of like sketchy or wanting attention as her because that person, that lawyer, went for that opportunity based on that flyer that she sent to the judge.
Well,
That is insane.
I'm not too sure about that. I think he may have heard about it through the social media and everybody and everything because it went all over the world. But
yeah, but still,
think
the flyer
he think-
worked, which is crazy, right?
Well, but he is not a bad attorney. If you look at his stuff, he's a good attorney. And he did really good with that first court filing. And he made some very good arguments for a continuance. However, I think that somehow someone somewhere is flitting him some money or he's doing this pro bono. And he's talked about her being indigent and saying that the court is going to have to pay for her expert witnesses, which means he may represent her for free, but
Mhm.
he's not going to put his own money up for the experts. He is
Mhm.
not going to sit there and put any of his cash in jeopardy. He is going to have to pay his staff. He is going to have to do that. He has requested and probably will maintain and retain the $15,000 that he can get for representing her. So maximum I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do the other one. She met
That's a
with
great
Mr.
comment.
Gillis on this with a side of cane. Yes. Now, do you remember about 2 weeks back, we read some of these notes that were not read today, behavioral notes, where it said
Mhm.
that she had met with a lawyer and it was on one of those days. And I told you, we have a lawyer. I told you she's going to hire a lawyer. And some of us thought that it may have been that lawyer that's retained to advise her. And remember, he was on the screen. And I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't think so, because he
He
would
was
not
super
travel.
irritated.
Huh?
You're like, he was super irritated with her.
Yeah, he was. So he took the case knowing the judge said no extensions, even if an attorney is hired. However, the judge can say that. He can say that, but if he makes the right arguments, he has to give it to him, because on the Court of Appeals, he wouldn't want this appealed. Right now, it's going to be appealed no matter what, because that's her right and everybody appeals. But he hasn't done anything yet that anybody who's ever commentated on this has any thoughts of it having any hope of success. We'll see what he does, but if he gives a continuance, it won't be more than a couple weeks. I don't believe. Yes, that can cause problems. So he can probably, I think he's going to get up to 15,000 is what they can give him for representing her, but that means he's not going to profit anything. This is a notoriety for him, and thus he's going to put up with a lot of shit to get through trial, because if he can handle her, it's going to boost him to a whole new level when it comes to clients, in my humble opinion.
Do you think that he's trying to hand off his business to someone and he wants one last high profile case before he
I don't
he
think
kind
he's
of
at that age yet. I don't think he's at that
okay.
place yet. I don't. What he might be doing is, he might be at the point to where he starts bringing in people and starts handing them the lower cases, and he wants to take only the high cases, high financially paying cases.
Yeah.
So this is going to elevate him if he can pull it off. I thought the
Yes.
JAC or whatever said her previous attorneys had to split the 15K. They do, because they're no longer representing her. It's a whole new ball game with this guy.
I'm interested to see what this guy does because I've never actually put my eyeballs on him. Once I see him and
What?
see how he acts, I'll be
Monday's going to be the telltale.
yeah. And I really want to see how this guy acts, how he acts with his client, how that whole interaction goes. And
Well,
I
I
think
want to
that will be
know.
very telling.
I want to know, if the court doesn't pay him, who's going to pay for it? This is the first time an attorney has put forward a battered spouse. Huh?
Oh, the first time one of her attorneys has put forward battered spouse, which is pretty crazy since he's the ninth.
Well, a retained attorney does not mean fully paid. A retainer can be $5,000. So people who believe that she's innocent and all of that could have done like a GoFundMe or whatever. No, GoFundMe doesn't do legal, but that kind of a fundraiser, and they can retain him for 5,000, but that's only the retainer. Once that 5,000 is gone through, which will be gone through by the time Tuesday's hearing happens, because they've already spent a lot of the money in the court filings and getting her stuff and paying people, and the court hearing and all that's going to go through that 5,000 like that. Then who's going to finish paying? A retainer and full payment is two different things. She was allotted 3,000 for medical evaluation at Cashman and involved 1,800 of the 3K for mental health eval. Yes, but he's not talking about that. I think he is also talking about the experts he's talking about are none of these. It has nothing to do with this. Oh, wait. I want to read that one. Ada K. I think Florida, same defense fund will pay for the witnesses. Probably. So the extra time may be needed to do new strategy. New strategy. They're wanting they're wanting him to. He wants to interview more people, more witnesses, especially pertaining to the phone and the video on the phone. There's a lot of work for him to do, and he's probably going to have to put all of his other clients aside or hand them to other people within his firm, if there are other people in the firm to handle until he is able to get back on those cases. So that's going to be a lot. Only court appointed attorneys are titled to the 15th day. Boone picked him, so she pays for him. He's pro bono, or he will get expenses for travel, but that's it. Yes. But I want to know, he's retained, but who's paying for it? Did she
I
raise
think we're
enough
gonna
money?
find out some things on Tuesday.
Oh, yes, but she rejected. Yep.
I don't know. This is gonna be quite something.
But what I'm saying about him is that just because he's retained doesn't mean he's been fully paid. And I think because she's declared indigent, there are some funds somewhere that can help pay for the attorney. She has a right to have the attorney of her choice and pay for it, but I don't know how all this is going to work. I'm not a lawyer, but there's so many different scenarios on this. We're just going to have to wait till Tuesdays to see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Or she believes. Doesn't mean he is. In her mind, if he can make her believe that she's the only one he's working on right now, and honestly, as close as we are to trial, that's probably the truth. That is probably true.
I wonder about the
I was
ex-husband
wondering
because
that.
because of the custody of the child and wanting a mother figure for the child, right?
Oh,
Although maybe he wants her not to come. I don't know. I don't know their situation. But why would she call him before she called the cops? Let's not get into that. Sorry, I'm going down a
no,
rabbit
we can
hole.
get into that. That to me is very fishy. And then
It makes no sense. Did he help her cover up other crimes? And so she called him because she's like, oh, I'm in crap again. I need to call Brian.
well, but not only that, but what about she said she was doing CPR when she wasn't? Because I heard the call. Well,
Yeah.
sort of heard the call. I was relying on the other people for the voice and the tone, but it's my understanding that she was not winded, short breathed, or anything else in the call. So when you're doing CPR, you can audibly hear that someone's doing CPR because they're winded, they're
Mhm.
short breath. You can hear the physical moving of the body, especially if they got the phone like this and they're doing this. I don't believe she did CPR at all. He'll have to be available for her at her every whim. But do you know what? Here's the thing. She can't afford to piss him off because she can't afford to do any of that. He may have laid the law down and said, "Hey, I'll represent you, but honey boo boo, this is the way it's going to go." And she may have finally come to realization by sitting in all those hearings where, "Yes, I'm understanding, but let me," and then she's having to deal with all this stuff and doesn't know the procedures or any of this. So I'm thinking maybe she finally got it through her thick skull that, honey, you go into the electric chair if you don't find an attorney. Not literally. I don't think they're serving DP for her.
I
Bye,
don't think
Miss
so, but
Ronnie.
Yeah. I also have to go. I need to go feed my dogs and do other stuff. Plus my headache or my headphones are giving me a headache. But
Yeah, I'm going to
everybody,
read a
thank
few
you so
comments
much
and we're going to
for
hop off.
yeah.
Thanks for
So
hopping
thanks
on last
everyone for
minute. It was
joining
great.
us.
You're awesome.
And
Thank you.
yeah. Bye everybody.
Blessings. Great day tomorrow. You have a wonderful day tomorrow. The ex has refused to pay the alimony, and that's on hold until she gets convicted. If she is free, he owes it. Otherwise, the ex no longer pays alimony, which is expired in 25 anyway. Correct. If she's in prison, he didn't have to pay it. He's going to have to be nice and polite and gentle with her. I think to a point you're right, but I think she's also coming, like I said, to the realization that this is over her head. Oh, you guys, I want to say there's a lot of you on today that are new. Just so you know, we have a member special going for 99 cents starting. But at the $4.99 level on up memberships, we do a members only live. Sometimes, like last night, I do open it up to all the members. So please leave your DNA, comment, like, and most importantly, subscribe. I am a very new channel. I have only been doing this a few months, and this has been an amazing experience. For all of you who hopped on today, Rabbit Link, and oh my gosh, I can't even tell you all the new people. Oh, thank you for joining. Of course, those who are regular, Lindsay Bay, Nunya Bitness, and Miss Kevin, and images by Yvonne, and thank you, Gwynnie Bly. Thank you so much. If I said it wrong, I apologize. But all of you, Morales. Um, I can't go back. Was it Eva, last artist Eva? All of you. I thank you so much for joining. Most of all, I want to thank Sneaky Business for hopping in and helping me do this today. I didn't ask her to do that, so that was awesome. I would gift you if I could. Don't worry about gifting. Don't. Eva, Ada, just Eva. Okay, great. Thank you. Please come back on Tuesday. I know everybody has their favorites, but I'm hoping you can become part of the family. And please share. Very important. Jedi Jess is a new member. Eva, new member, thank you so much. You are so awesome. I am so excited to have 2 new members. Make sure you subscribed, please. That would be fabulous as well. We will be on Tuesday for this hearing bright and early. Please, those of you who don't know, I hope to have an interpreter on with me. If not, I'll be interpreting that one. So if you know anybody who's deaf or hard of hearing, please let them know that we have captioning whenever available and interpreting. So y'all are phenomenal. Oh, thank you. I'm going to go study for the next 2 days because I got a lot of work to do. Be blessed. Have a great evening. Thank you again for joining. See you next time.